All right. Thanks. We'll call this meeting to order and we'll have a brief moment of silence. All right. Thank you. Ms. Thomas, would you do roll call, please? And Vice Mayor McGill is not going to be joining us this evening. She had an emergency.
Okay. Mayor Walker.
Present.
Vice Mayor McGill, absent. Councilor Hill.
I'm here.
Councilor Payne.
Present.
Councilor Snook.
Here.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second that.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker.
Yes.
Councilor Hill.
Yes.
Councilor Payne.
Yes.
Councilor Snook.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any announcements?
Mayor Walker, I had sent a couple of announcements to Vice Mayor McGill. I could read those.
Please, would you?
Okay. Okay, we have an announcement from the Commissioner of the Revenue Office. The Charlottesville Commissioner of the Revenue is pleased to announce its agreement with the IRS and Free File Alliance member companies to offer free federal and state income tax online filing services to qualified Charlottesville taxpayers. The Free File Alliance is made up of industry-leading private sector tax preparation companies that have agreed to provide free commercial online tax preparation and electronic filing. All Alliance members must meet rigorous IRS standards for security and privacy. Visit www.charlottesville.gov/freefile to find links to free online filing options from TurboTax, Online Taxes, OLT, and Tax Act. Each Free File Alliance member company sets taxpayer income and other eligibility requirements for its program. The requirements are listed on our website and within each linked offering. We hope that by providing access to these free links, more people in the Charlottesville community will be able to take advantage of free and secure online tax return preparation and filing services that might otherwise not have access. For more information about the Free File Alliance, visit https://www.irs.gov/e-file-the-free-file-alliance. Note, the linked programs are not affiliated with or administered by the City of Charlottesville or the Charlottesville Commissioner of the Revenue. Access to links is provided as a service to Charlottesville taxpayers. That's announcement number one. Let's see. The second announcement is also about tax filing, and this is through AARP Foundation Tax Aid. Free tax help is available March 4th through 15th at Piedmont, Virginia Community College, 600 College Drive, Charlottesville, Virginia, by appointment only. Tuesdays and Thursdays, 12 to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Appointments at http://taxaid, that's AIDE, Seville.wordpress.com. That's all.
All right, thank you. Any other announcements?
I wasn't sure, Mayor Walker, if you wanted just to relay that City Hall will be closed on Wednesday in recognition of Liberation and Freedom Days. And there are a number of events that are going on throughout the community, and the best summary for those is found in the Jefferson School Heritage Center's website, which is jeffschoolheritagecenter.org.
Thank you. Quick, just note for the community, we have a budget work session on the 4th, March 4th at 4 p.m. And the application for boards and commission is March 5th, so this Friday, for consideration at the March 15th council meeting. So members of the public, please take a look on the website and share with friends and apply, please. And counselors, if there's no other update, then next we'll hear an update, COVID-19 update from Dr. Bonds. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Bonds.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here.
You should have the sharing button, Dr. Bonds. Down at the bottom in the green.
Yep, I got it. And hopefully you can all see my screen now.
Yes.
All right, so I'm very pleased to be here tonight to give you an update on where we stand with the COVID-19. So since our last update 1 month ago, we have had a fairly significant increase in the number of cases in the district. We're now up to 13,255 cases. Albemarle has also experienced a pretty significant increase to 3,642. There have been over 500 hospitalizations in the district, with 92 of those residents of Charlottesville, and 159 unfortunate fatalities, with 45 of those in Charlottesville. If you look at the daily case count, you can see that we had this very big spike in early January, and then another here when the students returned back to UVA, which caused a pretty significant surge in our cases, as you see indicated in the cumulative case count right here. When we look at the demographics of our cases, we continue to see this overrepresentation amongst cases in communities of color, and that increases when we look at hospitalizations and continues when we look at fatalities. Our positivity rate is quite low right now, but I think it's worth reminding everybody that this is a ratio. And as you can see from the volume of tests that are indicated by these individual bars, we do a substantial number of tests in our locality or in our community because UVA tests on the order of 3,500 roughly individuals every single day. And that really drives up the large number of tests. Most of those tests are negative, which means that our positivity rate stays probably falsely lower than it would be otherwise. I think the good news for the state of Virginia overall is that our activity levels are diminishing, although we have seen a surge here locally in our health district. Generally in the Northwest region, we see a decrease in our cases, and that is mirrored across all of the other regions across the state at this point in time. So generally good news with regard to cases overall. We haven't really had any new long-term care facility outbreaks. As of right now, almost all long-term care facilities have either been fully vaccinated or have one more visit pending. And that's, I think, really reflected in the fact that we haven't had any new long-term care outbreaks. This one should be closed pretty shortly. UVA does have an outbreak in progress right now. An outbreak stays open until we have 2 infectious periods with no cases. So we have one that's pending closure right now. This one, there haven't been any new cases, and so should be pending closure pretty quickly. And then there were several last fall as well. So that's the state that we're currently in. I'm going to spend the remainder of the time talking about vaccine because I think that's what really everyone is interested in at this point in time. Just to remind everyone, the federal government and specifically the CDC worked with a large group of stakeholders to put together 3 phases, actually 4, 2 is not on here, on how people would be vaccinated. We are currently vaccinating individuals in phase 1A, and that is healthcare personnel. And healthcare personnel is really broadly defined as anyone who works in a position that would interact face-to-face with patients. So physicians and nurses are the obvious, but also house cleaners in the hospital that are cleaning patient rooms, receptionists, people who take care of family members in their home, all qualify as healthcare personnel. And so we continue to vaccinate individuals in this group, although we believe we're getting pretty close to having that completed. Also in phase 1A was the residents of long-term care facilities. This was a program that was managed by the federal government using Walgreens and CVS. And as I said, in our area, they've pretty much completed all of their work. And then we will work with independent pharmacies, or the state is, to try and go back in and vaccinate individuals who either only got their first shot or are new residents to that area so that we can keep up that high rate of vaccination in those long-term care facilities. We are also doing phase 1B, and this is frontline essential workers, people over the age of 65, people 16 to 64 with underlying medical condition, and then a variety of individuals who live in other congregate housing type situations like correctional facilities, shelters that are providing housing for people experiencing homelessness, and migrant labor camps. We've really focused our attention right now on the frontline essential workers, particularly those top phases. So we have mostly vaccinated all of the police and sheriffs in our area. There are still a few that we need to work on getting into vaccination in the next week or so. Focused a lot of effort on getting our K through 12 teachers and staff vaccinated so that they would feel safe opening schools back up. Working this week on getting individuals who provide pre-K and daycare in their homes, either in a larger commercial type setting or an individual provider who takes care of other families' children in their home. We've begun to tackle individuals who work in manufacturing, agriculture, and in groceries. We've made good inroads into people over the age of 75. We are still vaccinating a large number of people over the age of 65. We have not really been able to make, to start the age 16 to 64 with an underlying medical condition, although the vaccine availability is improving significantly, and we anticipate being able to open that up shortly. And then phase 1C is other essential workers, and then phase 2 is everybody. And more to come on those down the line.
Dr. Bonds, can I just ask a quick question related to that? Because I know some of us might have heard from a constituent that was just curious if other districts in the state, have opened up to the 16 to 64 with underlying conditions. Is that all decided by district based on literally the supply within that district and the demand?
Yes, to a certain degree. We do have conversations at the state level to try and keep some continuity across the state, but obviously that's not the case. I just talked with a health director that it's in a very rural area, and as part of getting their government workers, they're also vaccinating all of their community college staff and educators, but those individuals don't fall into 1B at all. They fall into 1C. And we really still have so many people left in 1B that we're not really prepared to start into that group. So yes, I think that some of this distinction is going to fall away as more vaccine availability is more vaccine is available. And at that point, we can just open it up to anybody who wants a vaccine. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting very close.
Thank you. Yeah, the question for this was really about within this group of 1Bs. So,
Okay. If people want more information about what's in these phases, if you go to the state website, there's a link that you can click on and it takes you to a 27-page document that really lays it out in excruciating detail. So we are right now vaccinating with Pfizer and Moderna, and we'll be vaccinating with Johnson & Johnson starting this weekend. Both Pfizer and Moderna are mRNA vaccines, and they require 2 vaccines for complete coverage. Pfizer is 3 weeks apart, and Moderna is 4 weeks apart. This is a brand new platform for vaccines, as I've explained before, but have really, in the phase 3 studies that were done, the clinical trials had really great efficacy and seem to be pretty well tolerated generally. Although we do see a fair amount of people, particularly after their second vaccine, that will have some flu-like symptoms. Johnson & Johnson is not based on that type of vaccine development platform. It's based on a more traditional vaccine platform. It was just approved this last weekend for emergency use authorization. They will be shipping it to us this week. We have requested 2,000 doses here in the district, and we'll be running what we call large vaccination events. So we'll do 1,000 individuals, and by we, I mean this is really a community effort. I believe it's Friday and Saturday, but it may be Saturday and Sunday. The planning is still ongoing. So this weekend, and that will be, invitations will be sent out in the next few days, and it'll really be targeted at the over 65 crowd. Johnson & Johnson conducted their phase 3 clinical trial in a later time period where we had more variants of the COVID virus out and in the community. So it's not exactly comparing apples to apples to compare Johnson & Johnson to Pfizer and Moderna that were tested several months ago. Johnson & Johnson does have a slightly lower efficacy rate. But again, it was conducted in a slightly different circumstance. It does have very good efficacy at keeping people out of the hospital and keeping people from getting the most severe form of COVID. So I think still a very valuable vaccine. And I think if that was an option, I would certainly encourage my family members to get it. But we will be letting people know as we move forward what vaccine we will be vaccinating. There are definitely people who have really significant preferences one way or the other. So we want to give people the option to the best of our ability. And the plan is not for them to lose their place in line. They will just stay there until we have another vaccination event and that has the vaccine that they want. We do continue to vaccinate out of a hydraulic rolled tent. We are finishing up the 1A healthcare, as I said, and the phase 1B frontline. This is showing the same ones as I was before, but we are expanding it into, as I said, grocery, manufacturing, and agriculture. We have begun to partner with chain pharmacies in our area, sending them vaccine. And these chain pharmacies are really located in grocery stores. So it's Walmart's and individual pharmacies like that. And so we've asked them to really focus on their employees and other employees of parent or related grocery stores so that we can get many of those grocery store workers vaccinated. Every week we do at least one clinic in a locality to make sure that we get a localized vaccine for them. We have a great partnership with our healthcare systems. UVA has vaccinated their healthcare personnel and will continue to vaccinate new healthcare personnel that come on board. They've been doing people over the age of 65 and in partnership with both the community and the health district. They have really worked to help us vaccinate eligible populations that have increased vulnerability. So these might be individuals that are living in a subsidized or public housing setting, individuals that would have trouble navigating the website. We've partnered with churches in the area to help them get individuals who were very vulnerable because of their age, or because we thought that they wouldn't be able to make it out to the tent in a safe manner. And so we will continue that partnership with UVA. And I'm really excited that Centera Martha Jefferson is coming on board with that as well. They have also vaccinated their healthcare personnel and other unaffiliated phase 1A healthcare personnel, but they will be joining this really community partnership to get all individuals access to the vaccine. So lots of work going on to make sure that everyone can get vaccinated. There is a data page on the state website that has vaccine. This is a screenshot of it from today. You can see that there's been nearly 2 million doses of vaccine administered across the state, and about 1.3 million individuals have had at least one dose, providing them with some immunity. And we're not quite at 1 million people, but we're getting close that have been fully vaccinated, about 15% of the state's population. You can see that in our health district located here in sort of the center of the state, we are doing pretty well with regard to vaccination by rate per 100,000. You can hover over this, and when you do, you get these numbers right here. So for Charlottesville, there's been about 14,000 doses administered, with 5,000 individuals fully vaccinated. So if you look at the rate per 100,000, that's about 19,000. Now, those of you that look at this website every single day will say, but wait, it changed recently, and it did. Before, they were making this map up just by using your zip code. And we know that zip codes are notoriously inaccurate. If you look at my zip code, for example, it says I live in Charlottesville, but in fact, I live in Albemarle County. And just last week, they went through and actually geocoded everybody. And so that had substantial changes in some of the locality numbers. And so Charlottesville looked like it suddenly lost a whole bunch of people that were vaccinated. And really what happened is they had a zip code that probably straddled the Charlottesville-Albemarle line, and it just got put where their address got put where they actually live. So this is a more accurate version of what's happening. I think the good news for our community is we're doing pretty well overall with regard to our vaccination. Obviously, we would like to have more vaccine in arms, and we continue to work hard at that. The state has also now broken vaccination out by demographics. You can see that we have 100% reporting on age, because you have to give your date of birth to get a vaccine. And you can also see that it's really spread out. And I think that's really important for people to remember that you are eligible right now for vaccine, both because of your age. So if you're over the age of 65, we will vaccinate you here in this area. But there are many people who are eligible because of their profession. And that leads to these very young individuals getting vaccinated. So we spent a lot of vaccine early on, getting healthcare personnel vaccinated. And many of our nursing personnel and our physicians are in this younger age group. EMTs, I was in the tent when several EMTs that were in that 18, 19-year-old age range were vaccinated. So these are not necessarily young, healthy people. I mean, they are probably young and healthy, but they are still eligible for vaccine because of the job that they work at. So we do continue to really focus, as I said, on this age group right here. Here is the race and ethnicity for Charlottesville vaccinations. You'll see that about 2,500 are not reported. This is due to a variety of issues. We've had a couple of situations where the software that we've been using has not performed as well as we had hoped, and that went resulted in us either completely using paper-based forms or partially using paper-based forms for at least some of the vaccination events. We will try and collect that information when individuals come back for their second shot. But there's likely some that's just lost over time. And then I haven't shown the actual bar graph for gender, but you can see that we're vaccinating more women than men right now. And again, this is probably because of the healthcare personnel and also because of the long-term care facilities that were vaccinated very early on that tend to have more women who live in those facilities, and we tend to have more healthcare personnel who are women. So that's leading to that disparity. So I'm sure there'll be other questions about vaccine, but I do want to just remind everyone, we continue to offer free testing for COVID-19. Monday and Tuesdays run by UVA at either the Church of Incarnation or Mount Zion First African Baptist Church. And then every Friday, the health department hosts vaccine. The health department one, you can sign up ahead of time. You don't have to. We have some walk-up slots. The two by UVA are both walk-up only. The state has started a new hotline, and I've listed that number there. It's 1-877-VAX, VAX in VA. It is manned from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And they can answer a variety of questions, but most importantly, they can help get people pre-registered and assist in that if they need it. Our local hotline is still manned, and if the state hotline has an issue that's very local and they can't answer it, they refer those callers back to us. We do continue to vaccinate by appointment only at this point in time. So even for our mass vaccination events this weekend, we'll still have people make an appointment ahead of time. You can register your interest in getting vaccinated at a new state website called vaccinate.virginia.gov. If you have already registered on one of our websites as an individual, you do not need to go to the state website, and soon you should be able to go in and add any additional details that you feel might be relevant. They're collecting more health information at the state website than we did locally. If you don't have good access to an internet or have trouble navigating through the internet, you can call that state hotline, as I said, the 1-877-VAX in VA, and they'll help you get registered. And then finally, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll just put up the slide. We need to continue to do all of our mitigation measures. We're not out of the woods yet. We are seeing variants here in Virginia. We think the vaccine will have some efficacy against those. There's no reason not to think that, but it's really critical that people continue to be vigilant as they go about their day-to-day business. So I would be happy to answer any questions that people have.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions?
One question I had, I've been following the data on your health department, the Blue Ridge Health Department website, and it shows, for example, 3% of the cases are kids 0 to 9, 16% 10 to 19. Is there a breakdown for, say, 10 to 17? Can we in some way separate out, say, the junior high and high school kids from the college kids?
Yeah, that's a really great question. We could do a manual breakdown. It would be a little challenging in that there are some high school kids that are 18 and there are some college kids that are 18, and we wouldn't be able to necessarily, without a lot of work, tell who was who. That data does exist. We would have to go through each individual case and pull whether they were a high school versus a college. I think it's fair to say that if we went through and I gave you by year, for example, how many 10, 11, 12, that the vast majority of 18 and 19-year-olds in our area are probably college kids. But I don't know what that number is off the top of my head. If you're interested, I can try and have our data analyst pull that for you.
I'm just remembering that I think probably 3 months or so ago, someone was able to look at the data from UVA and to compare it to your data and conclude that basically pretty much everybody in the 10 to 19 category was probably a UVA student. I mean, not everybody, but maybe 80% of those, a large percentage of it. Is that general characterization accurate, do you think?
I don't know. Without going back and pulling the data again, I have not heard of large outbreaks happening amongst high school students, for example. I mean, we've had some, but not nearly to the degree that we've had college students. So we could do it. If I had to take a guess, I would say that probably, yes, most of that 10 to 19 is college students.
Okay, that's just the general sense I was looking for. I'm not looking for a specific number. Thank you, Doctor.
Any other questions?
Sorry, my computer's all sorts of messed up. Do you mind just kind of reiterating for the public just the manner, like with the recommended path to make sure that they know that they are in the queue for vaccine? Just the general steps you recommend to make sure that people definitely feel confident that they're registered. I know that there's
So the best way will be hopefully when you can go to the Vaccine Virginia website, vaccinate.virginia.gov, and you can actually look that up. Unfortunately, it's not live yet, and so people can't actually go in there. So I think if you are in an age group or a employer position and you're worried that you're not in there because you haven't been called, and you can certainly get in touch with us and we can look on the list and make sure. And you could use our local hotline to do that. If you are a university professor or a community college professor, for example, we haven't started vaccinating those yet. And so you can call to make sure, but if you haven't been called, it's not because you're not on the list, it's because we just haven't gotten there. So you might want to just wait, and probably I'm hoping by the end of this week, the state has got the search function up so that you can go and make sure that you're actually in the queue and on the list. I know it's really frustrating. It's very frustrating for us on the other end. The technology challenges have been enormous with regard to this, and it's really led to some issues. So I apologize on behalf of the state for that.
It's pretty safe to say with confidence to the community that the vaccine that has been received is being deployed expediently, and there's not just vaccine sitting around, and everything that we can get is getting out there and into folks' arms.
I never say no. When they call and say, hey, we've got some extra vaccine, I always take it. And when they said, do you want Johnson & Johnson? I said, send it my way. We want it. And we work to have every vial of vaccine in our freezers in someone's arm by the end of the week. So there are not hundreds of doses. There may actually be hundreds of doses today because it's Monday and that's the day that the vaccine arrives in our freezer. But on a Friday, there are not hundreds of doses sitting around waiting for us to decide what to do with them. The good news is it's not nearly as challenging with regard to vaccine availability as it was a month ago. A month ago, I knew that I was getting 2,850 doses, and that is exactly how much I got. Right now, it's more than that. In fact, I could go back and count where it's probably like 3,500 that we got. Plus, we're getting the extra 2,000 of Johnson & Johnson, and I anticipate that number will continue to increase every week as we go forward. So vaccine availability is that problem is being solved right now. So we're working on it, trying to get vaccine to everybody.
And could you talk a little bit more about the options and how you all are working? Is that how you all are working through individuals being able to select if they are not, as satisfied with what the research says about Johnson & Johnson? How's that process?
Yeah, so the state has recommended that we use Johnson & Johnson for mass vaccination events, and that we make it very clear that that's the vaccine. And when we send out an invitation this week for the events this weekend, it will say, this is Johnson & Johnson. Don't sign up if you don't want Johnson & Johnson. You don't lose your place in line. And we will continue to include you as we get more Pfizer and Moderna available. We try to let people know whether it's Pfizer or Moderna when they're getting vaccinated, but because of the problem with PrepMod, which is the current electronic system that we're using, if we send out the pre-registration link, it's not a unique link. And so it can be shared, and it has been. That created quite a firestorm, and we don't really want to repeat it. But it's unfortunate because when you send out that link ahead of time and people register, they actually know what they're getting because it says in there whether it's Pfizer or Moderna, because we have to load the consent form in ahead of time. So we do try and let people know. We have occasionally had someone say, no, I don't want Pfizer, I want Moderna, or vice versa. And then we'll, keep them on the list until we have their chosen option. In 4 months or 6 months, hopefully vaccine is widely available at your primary care provider, and you can call and ask them and they can have your preferred type. So right now it's just the vaccine availability. I would say that, Johnson & Johnson is a very effective vaccine, and it certainly will provide you with pretty significant protection from hospitalization for COVID or for really severe form of COVID that doesn't require hospitalization. So I think people should be very confident that it's a very safe and it's a very effective vaccine. And it was tested at a different time than Pfizer and Moderna were.
And in terms of updates from Pfizer and Moderna for those different variants, when will we have those?
So they are working on boosters. Both of the companies are, and we don't know what that's going to look like. Whether that, there's so much we don't know about this because this is such a brand new virus. So the drug company or the vaccination companies are working on boosters that should cover the variants. But as you can imagine, while we still have such widespread infection rates, that virus continues to have the opportunity to mutate even further. And so that's one of the reasons we want to get people vaccinated as quickly as possible, and why we don't leave vaccines sitting around, but also why we really need people to continue to follow those mitigation measures so we keep the vaccine or the infection rates as low as possible, and hopefully limiting the opportunity that the COVID virus has to mutate to a new form.
Okay. And in that one category, where is ACRJ in that conversation?
So we will be vaccinating ACRJ this week or next week. We're having conversations with them right now to try and get that scheduled. I'm sorry, I could probably bring it up and tell you when. But we definitely have been in contact with Colonel Kumar and trying to get that scheduled. And gosh, I think it's this week. ACRJ actually, we started last week. So it's going to take us a couple of weeks to get through the entire jail because it's a pretty time-consuming process. But we are working with them and getting them vaccinated. I think that's, yeah.
And there was a email that went around about the number of Black and brown people who had been vaccinated compared to white citizens in the area. And I know that there are some efforts that people are feeling very comfortable about, but just wanting to just state that for people who also have that concern that may not be able to comment at this point.
And we have an equity committee, a planning group that has representatives from the city and the county, both the hospitals and the health district. And then we have also sought community input in each of our localities on the best way to target all sorts of vulnerable populations or groups that might not be able to easily access the vaccine. And communities of color are part of that group. So we have worked with the Black Pastors Association had a very large event at Carver Rec, and the plan is to continue those on a regular basis moving forward. So we recognize that there is a disproportionate impact, and we are trying to prioritize through special events targeted at communities of color.
And my last is just about the positivity rate and looking at how those numbers from UVA kind of skew that rate. Is there a way to separate that out?
Yeah, we probably, with a little bit of manipulation of the data, we'd have to, yes, we could do a positivity rate for UVA versus not UVA, I think. But it would be a little messy because we know that there are a fair number of UVA students and staff that although they could seek testing at UVA, they choose not to, and they go to the health department, for example, to get tested, or they go to an urgent care center to get tested. So it would be technically possible. It would require a lot of data manipulation at this point in time. And if you're really interested, we can try and have our data people figure out if there's a way to do that for you.
Okay, thank you. Counselors, any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Barnes.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Walker, there was one other announcement that Vice Mayor McGill has sent to me that I don't think that we had covered earlier, which was, tell me if I missed this, but I don't think that we did the one from that Max Cecilia sent to her. Cities provided CDBG grants through Community Investment Collaborative to support micro businesses through 2 programs. We didn't cover that, right? All right. Number 1 is the Charlottesville Small Business Growth and Stabilization Grants, offering financial support of up to $4,000 for qualified city businesses. Applications are open now and due March 15th. You can learn more at www.cicville.org. Number 2, the Financial Management Program helping business owners develop better record-keeping habits and routines to strengthen their business finances. More information is available also at www.cicville.org. So those are the 2 programs. We just wanted to make sure that we communicate out to the public and that those applications for the Small Business Growth and Stabilization Grants are available now until March 15th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Thomas, okay, thanks. All right, if there are no further announcements, then next we'll have the recognitions and proclamations. Counselors, do you all have anything? Okay, we have one for the Festival of the Book. So I'll read that. 2021 Virginia Festival of the Book Whereas the city of Charlottesville believes that the literacy is critical to active and engaged citizenship and is committed to promoting reading, writing, and storytelling for all, both within and outside its borders. And whereas reading stimulates the creative and intellectual growth of individuals while also building community through shared experiences, discourse, and understanding. And whereas the 2021 Virginia Festival of the Book is an all virtual event, draws attendees and attention to Charlottesville from around the globe while providing all programs free of charge to attendees and offering greater accessibility through live captions. And whereas Virginia Humanities, the Virginia Center for the Book, the University of Virginia, local businesses and schools, and cultural and civic organizations collaborate with the Virginia Festival of the Book to explore the world through reading, foster empathy for stories of others, and promote literacy for all. Now, therefore, I, Nakia Walker, Mayor of City of Charlottesville, Virginia, do hereby proclaim Saturday, March 13th through Friday, March 26, 2021, as the 27th Annual Virginia Festival of the Book, and encourage community members to participate fully in the wide range of available programs and activities. And Mr. Wheeler?
We do have Jane Kulo with us.
Thank you. Hi, Jane, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Walker. Thank you to all the city councilors. We appreciate the proclamation. We greatly appreciate the support of the city for our work, and we encourage everyone to explore our schedule and find an event that may be of interest. We hope that we have found a way to offer some of our best features and make them more accessible than ever. So look to vabook.org, March 13th through the 26th. And if you have any questions, please reach out directly. Thank you again.
Thank you for joining us. All right. All right, next up, we have the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Consent agenda. 1, minutes, January 19th, regular meeting. Number 2, resolution and appropriation. The FY 2020-2021 CDBG Substantial Action Plan Amendment and Reprogramming 2019 CDBG funds for COVID-19 public services, second reading. Part A is an appropriation. Appropriation of funds for the 2020-2021 Community Development Block Grant COVID Rental Relief, $244,950.82. Part B is a resolution. Approval of the FY 2020-2021 Substantial Action Plan Amendment of the 2018 through 2022 Consolidated Plan. Number 3, appropriation. Additional state funding for adoption assistance, $600,000, first of 2 readings. Number 4, appropriation. Virginia Transit Association, VTA, Free Transit Fare for Working Families Grant, $180,750, first of 2 readings.
All right, thank you. Counselor, are there any comments, questions? All right, Mr. Wheeler, would you open it for comments on the consent agenda from the public?
Thank you, Mayor Walker. If there's anyone in the audience that wants to speak about any of those 4 items in the consent agenda, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Robin Hoffman, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
I don't have anything. I was going to speak with Dr. Bond about oversight for the private healthcare stores and things like that. I mean, the CVS and Walgreens. And I put my hand up and then I try to take it off when you ask questions. So, but yeah, oversight for CVS and Walgreens. They're changing over their professional staff to techs. So I was like very concerned about that.
Thank you.
And they also about, you know, how they get their vaccines, the refrigeration and the whole thing that happens with that Johnson & Johnson's going to be a lot easier. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Sorry.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, I don't see any other hands raised.
All right, thank you. Counselors, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second it.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Walker,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
All right, thank you. That carries 4-0. Next up, we have the city manager response to the community matters. Mr. Bowles, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. We've got several questions and comments from last meeting's community matters. The first came as a question regarding sidewalks and crosswalks at Hazel and High Street. Our Public Works was able to respond that a study of this area was completed in September of 2020 with the Safe Routes to School grant. The recommendations included near-term as well as more permanent infrastructure. Currently, there's a gap in the sidewalk along the southeast side of High Street between Meade and High. Commercial businesses located within this area utilize this for parking and a travel lane. It's been identified that installing sidewalks along this side of East High would require removing 17 parking spaces that are currently using that right of way. Reconstruction of the area also allows a combined use, and these would be required to complete a crosswalk. Also, there are other segments with missing sidewalk, and to complete the route through the neighborhood along Hazel Street, Ward Avenue, and Gray Street. Additionally, there is no ADA compliant route from the end of the trail between 1421, 1423 Gray Street to the school property. It currently terminates in a grass field. What Public Works is recommending is that staff will be pursuing a Safe Routes to School grant for this project when applications can be submitted again, as well as a transportation alternatives grants to help fund this project. In the interim, until the permanent improvements can be made, installation of different signage and delineator posts are being considered for that crosswalk area. The project, like many others, was delayed in part due to operational changes related to COVID, but now it's back on track. Second question that came up during the comment period was regarding the credit card policies. And just a reminder, as was discussed at the last meeting, we'll be holding a workshop on March 23rd, where staff is currently working towards two different policies. One for staff and the organization, and the second to help City Council. The council's policy will work towards identifying the different uses that council need for their credit cards and attempt to meet those needs with credit cards or possibly other funding mechanisms that meet all of our financial policies and regulations. Council will then have the option to become the approval and reviewing entity for their own policies. Along those same lines, a question was asked as to when the first notice of credit card issues on this latest effort became known. And the city's attorney's office was notified on December 4th with a question of paying a nonprofit charitable donation that had occurred the previous October. The next item was a question of the number of recent evictions as well as the number of foreclosures within the city. At this time, we're asking the General District Court for recent evictions and foreclosures, but have not received that data set yet. It is suspected to be very few because of the ongoing rental relief funds available both locally and from the state. Foreclosures may begin to increase as less funds are available for homeowners than are currently there for renters. We'll update council as we receive the current numbers. We do know that at this time in all of 2020, there were 34 evictions in the city and 57 in Albemarle County. The next question was regarding the Charlottesville Capital Schools reconfiguration and the capital improvement plan. The report that was funded by the city of Charlottesville is due this June, and it will give us both estimates and timelines for the reconfiguration. Next, quite a list here. Next was the status of the manufacturing and installation of the approved honorary street signs. I can say that Public Works have already fabricated and installed those approved signs. The similar question came regarding the Historic Resources Committee for design of auction block marker and the plan for descendant and community feedback for public engagement. The Historic Resources Committee subcommittee working on the markers have met with the descendants of the individuals who have been traded at Court Square. While not formally representing the descendant community, they did ask that the HRC and the city to install no markers at the site, neither temporary nor permanent, or make any decisions about the future of the site and its commemoration until there is a very thorough and robust engagement with the descendant community. The HRC decided to honor this request and subsequently developed a plan for a series of future public engagement meetings. The HRC has recently been meeting remotely because of COVID. And once the circumstances allow public in-person gatherings, the committee will initiate a series of public engagement meetings regarding the history of slavery in Court Square. At the March 12th meeting next week, and likely at the April meeting, the Historic Resources Committee will discuss strategies for virtual engagement. The city currently has limited in-house resources for virtual community engagement on a scale appropriate for this project. Therefore, the committee recognizes that the initial virtual engagement might require retaining a consultant or exploring other creative options as feasible with the available resources today. Finally, questions have been asked regarding the Lewis and Clark and Sacagawea statue on West Main. Requests for information have been solicited by the city's purchasing office and will be taking letters of interest through March 12th. I can say that the office has already received a number of inquiries and letters of interest regarding removal of that statue. And that's it, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. All right, councilors, any comments? No. All right, Mr. Will, I'll turn it over to you for the community matters.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. City Council will now hear from up to 16 people. We had 6 people sign up in advance. And if you want to get in line to speak, just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. And if you're watching on Facebook or on the city's website, you will need to join the Zoom webinar to participate. Our first speakers is a group of 3 people who are going to share one slot, and I'm going to bring them on together. And don't start your remarks until I get all of you in place. So each of you should be getting prompted to unmute your microphones. All right, so we should have Brielle Duflan, Corey Price, and Derek Waller. You are all on with City Council, and you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Walker, City Councilors, City Manager Boyles, and Mr. Wheeler. My name is Brielle Duflan. I'm a Renting member and current president of McGuffey Art Center. For those who do not know, McGuffey is located in a historic elementary school building in downtown Charlottesville and is one of the oldest artist-run cooperatives in the country. The Art Center is a community of artists dedicated to practicing art and passing on the creative spirit to the greater Charlottesville community through creating opportunities for increasing access to art for all. McGuffey is honored to host an outstanding show through March 28th this month, Water, the Agony and Ecstasy of the Black Experience, curated by the Charlottesville Black Arts Collective. Corey and Derek, present here today with me, are founding members of the CBAC and are here to tell you about Water and about the collective. Before I hand it to Corey, I wanted to let everyone know that McGuffey is open from 1 to 5 p.m. Wednesday through Sunday. For information on virtual events and artist talks related to the show, head to McGuffey's website, mcguffeyartcenter.com, to register. The full schedule will be up by the end of this week, and we have quite a few this month. Corey Price will now tell you more about the theme of the show and the participating artists.
Thanks so much, Brielle. So as our committee was imagining and discussing what the show would look like and how viewers would move throughout the space, one of our members asked how we thought people might flow through the exhibition. We liked the contrast of agony and ecstasy in the Black experience, but the more we thought about flow and the ways to add water to the space, it became really necessary for us to make it a part of our theme. There's so much water in Black culture in direct ways like the transatlantic slave trade and desegregating white-only pools and beaches, and in indirect ways as well, sweating out perm-depressed hair while dancing, or how memories can flow through time like tides of the ocean. So we thought that having a theme of water would both inspire artists to connect their variety of work together, in no matter what medium. And we were successful in doing that. We have about 25 participating artists with over 50 visual works of some written works of film, and like Brielle was mentioning, some performances. So I'll kick it over to Derek next to talk about the CBAC.
Thank you, Corey. Just a quick mention of the CBAC, or the Charlottesville Black Arts Collective, which Brielle mentioned. So this is a group of artists that have come together to put this show on, and kind of when we got selected to do so, we needed an identity, and so we came up with this collective. We definitely want to do more programming in the Charlottesville community, and we're still developing our mission. But one of the items that jumped out at us as part of this process is that the artists that participated in the show said that they had never shown art before. It's not because they didn't want to; it was more so because they didn't have the opportunity. So one of our major focuses is going to be really to find and create opportunities for Black artists to show their work. So definitely more to come for this organization, and really excited about the show. Please definitely go out and see it and support.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, our next speaker is Carmelita Wood. Carmelita, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Mayor Walker and councilors, thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. On behalf of the Fifield Neighborhood Association and the residents of Fifield, we are in high hopes that you consider adopting the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan. We realize that over the years, there will be changes in and around our city, some for the better, some not. But we feel that some changes around us that others thought were for the better have proven to increase negativity to our neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods. Example, the hotel in the downtown area, the Flats and Walker Square. Valuable land was scooped up by investors paying little or nothing for the land, and the homes that folks could not afford because of tax increases, or family members not wanting to put any money into fixing homes of their loved ones who had passed on. Houses were renovated and sold at a high price because of a few nails that were put in the walls. Empty homes were demolished, and now we have Walker Square. This captures the destruction of valuable land, property which could have been used to address affordable housing issues in our area, not condos or hotels. When we started this process, what we wanted was to ensure that Cherry Avenue would not succumb to the huge overpowering structures that the neighborhood would not benefit from. If this plan is adopted, it will be providing Fifield and surrounding neighborhoods some sense in the future that Cherry Avenue could and will thrive to become a model community in the city and not be viewed as an in and out strip for congestion for commuters as it has become in the last few years. Extensive work has been done on the plan by the TJPDC, our think tank, Fifield residents, and our neighborhood association. We think that any new development on Cherry Avenue should build a sense of welcomeness and friendliness to its longtime and newer residents and the surrounding neighborhoods, and not be looked at as a huge structure that blocks the sun or the view of the mountains. Accessibility, longevity of businesses, home ownerships, such as low-income housing, transportation, and a stable grocery market are all issues that are addressed, and the SAP would help steer these. If this plan is adopted, the city and residents of Fifield will have the opportunity to move forward on a much-needed work to provide a healthy and stable community to better service residents. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Nathan Walton, followed by Tadrint Washington, then Sarah Malpass, then Colette Blount. Nathan, you're on the City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Great. Well, first, thank you all for having me. My name is Nathan Walton. I'm a Charlottesville City resident. I live in Fifield, and I'm the executive director of Abundant Life Ministries, a community development nonprofit here in Charlottesville. I'm speaking today on behalf of Abundant Life in support of the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan. Abundant Life's mission is to demonstrate God's love through holistic community development in the Prospect neighborhood. We have 8 core values, and one of them is listening to the community. What sets the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan apart is the extent to which it reflects the desires of Fifield neighborhood residents and really embodies this value of listening well to the community. When the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan was in its early stages a few years ago, it was only natural that Abundant Life would play a role in its development. Former Abundant Life Executive Director Rydell Payne and longtime Abundant Life volunteer Sarah Malpass served on the Cherry Avenue think tank that helped guide the planning process. We were able to host front porch conversations amongst community residents at our property on Prospect Avenue that informed plan priorities. In the midst of her role as Fifield Neighborhood Association president and leader of the development of the Small Area Plan, Carmelita Wood, who you recently heard from just a minute ago, joined Abundant Life's board of directors and has helped facilitate multiple connection points between the Neighborhood Association, the City of Charlottesville, Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission, neighborhood residents, and Abundant Life staff and board members. We're deeply grateful for Carmelita and want to publicly recognize her for the amazing work she's done on behalf of our community. A common theme that emerged in community conversations that is reflected in the Small Area Plan is a desire to improve walkability in Fifield. And a specific project mentioned within the plan is the development of trails to connect Greenstone on 5th to Tonsler Park. A version of these trails existed in the past, but had become overgrown and abandoned. Abundant Life staff and participants in our middle school and high school summer programs played a huge role in shaping the recommendations for this project in collaboration with the Neighborhood Association, the Verona Trails Foundations, the Islamic Society of Central Virginia, Greenstone on 5th, and Keith Woodard, who owns most of the land the trails would go on. The youth then presented these plans to the neighborhood at a cookout event on Abundant Life's property, attended by well over 125 Prospect neighborhood residents. While some details remain to be worked out, the legal paperwork has been signed and the vision of the neighborhood and this part of the small area is already on its way to becoming a reality. The small area plan contains a long list of action items. Some are small, like improved signage, lighting, and soccer goals. Some are more significant, like improved protections for renters, more affordable housing, safer streets, better transit service, and improved food security. Some can be accomplished in a matter of months. Others may be a number of years or decades. But we're convinced that the small area plan is a really crucial step in the process of ensuring resident-driven community development, and we are convinced that it will benefit the community in really equitable ways moving forward. So as Abundant Life, we wholeheartedly support these efforts and hope the City Council will as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tadrint Washington. Tadrin, you're on the city council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thank you for having me, everyone. My name is Tadrin Washington. I go by Tay. I live in Charlottesville, Virginia, Albemarle County. I'm here to take steps towards fighting for my life, the life I had before August 12, 2017. Prior to that day, I was a healthy, vibrant young adult that was eager to start my career as a promising EMT with a scholarship to continue my education and become a paramedic to fly with Pegasus. On that day, I was not a part of the rally in any way. I was simply visiting a friend. I got detoured to 4th Street while trying to get home. The injuries that I sustained are traumatic brain injury and complex regional pain syndrome from being rammed in the back by James Field, which has prevented me from working since that day. I have reached out to every organization for long-term solutions like housing and financial stability with no success. I have applied for disability and been denied 4 times, even the last time with a lawyer. I am now reaching out to the city after 3 years for support in any way possible. Because I wasn't a part of the rally, I didn't even think that there were any risks going home. The life I once knew of has changed forever, and I had to learn very suddenly how to live with complex regional pain syndrome, a disease I have never heard of, never felt, and a disease that is uncurable, along with traumatic brain injury for the rest of my life. The first year was very undeniable because I thought I was going back to work. That never occurred. I didn't cause my injuries. I was a completely healthy young woman. It is not my fault this has happened to me, but I am the one who is accountable for my life. So I have to speak up for myself. I am at this point pleading for your help from the city that allows this rally to take place and put innocent residents like myself at risk. My rent is now 2 months behind, along with other things. I do not qualify for rental relief or any other assistance because the terrorist attack is not COVID related, and I haven't worked since August 12th. I am unable to get the care I need for the pain relief because Medicaid is not accepted at most places that I need to go to. At this point, I am collateral damage. City of Charlottesville, I'm asking you for your help in any way because at this point, I do not know which way to go. I just know I cannot give up, and I am not someone to sit down and just give up. Thank you.
Thank you. And I remember receiving an email, I think, from your mom last week. And I'm sorry, it slipped my mind and I did not reach out. So I will reach out to you just to make sure that I do it.
Okay.
And yeah, just apologize that that slipped my mind.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker's Sarah Malpass. Sarah, you're on with the council and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Walker and councilors. This is Sarah Malpass. I live at 626 Bailey Road in Fifeville. I'm the secretary of the Fifeville Neighborhood Association, and I was also a member of the Cherry Avenue think tank. I'm here to speak alongside Carmelita and Nathan in support of the adoption of the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan into the city's comprehensive plan. As you can see from the timeline on page 2 of the executive summary, the Small Area Plan is a culmination of 5 years of planning efforts led by the Neighborhood Association and the Cherry Avenue think tank. When we received funding from the city for this effort, the Neighborhood Association worked closely with city staff and staff from the TJPDC to design a scope of work and a planning process that focused on community engagement as a key deliverable and developing a small area plan that has action items which can be led by a diverse set of community stakeholders, including the city, TJPDC, Neighborhood Association, community residents, and community business owners. I'm really proud of the work my neighbors have done in front porch meetings, public planning sessions, cookouts, and community workshops, and through the think tank to debate the issues facing our community and offer their collective wisdom about how to ensure a healthy, welcoming, and inclusive community in Fifeville moving forward. Fifeville is a special place in our community with a proud history of Black leadership in Charlottesville and a present-day multicultural community that we want to preserve. The plan sets forward a vision for placekeeping through preserving the history and culture of the Fifeville community and ensuring investments in our community that benefit current residents and ensure that the neighborhood remains accessible both financially and culturally to residents at the most vulnerable end of the socioeconomic scale. The vision and goals on page 3 of the executive summary represent the hopes, values, and dreams of our residents for the future of our community. In the time since passing the draft recommendations off to the TJPDC and staff at the end of 2019, the Fifeville Neighborhood Association has continued to move forward on implementation of many of the goals in the plan. This includes applying for grants to implement many of the connectivity and historic preservation goals of the plan, and working with a major property owner in Fifeville and with the Ravenna Trails Foundation to restore a multi-use trail between Tonsler Park and Greenstone on 5th. The Trails Foundation recently established a lease agreement with the property owner that will allow for implementation of the trail, and the Neighborhood Association has funding from CACF to pay residents to install the trail. We believe that partnerships like these with city support will make a real difference in the future of our community. We ask for your vote to adopt the plan during this meeting today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our next speaker who signed up in advance is Colette Blount. Colette, you're on with City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Walker, councilors, city manager. At a city council meeting in 2019, I spoke on a zoning issue and referenced examples of outdated and vague language in what was at that time the most recent version of the city's Code of Ordinances. With House Bill 1007, the 2020 General Assembly addressed one of those examples and revised the Code of Virginia to reflect current configurations and election processes of school boards across the Commonwealth. Back in 2019, I also brought to council's attention an ordinance dealing with definitions the city utilizes, specifically gender. Section 1-2, Rules of Construction and Definitions under Chapter 1, General Provisions of the Code, lists this for gender. Gender, a word importing the masculine gender, only shall extend and be applied to females and to firms, partnerships, and corporations, as well as to males. At the state level, Section 1-216 of Article 2, Rules of Construction and Definitions under Title I General Provisions in the Code of Virginia, lists this for gender. Gender, a word used in the masculine, includes the feminine and neuter. Both these definitions warrant re-examination. In support of City Council's Vision 2025 of being a community of mutual respect, I'm requesting today that unless gender is intrinsic to an ordinance itself, as with gender-based discrimination, that Council adopt a new definition that aligns more closely with the wide scope of duties Council executes. I would ask Council to consider the term constituent. Possible wording: constituent, constituents, a word importing a person or persons. Related terms like it, its, they, them, and their may be used. By their associative properties, words like defendant and plaintiff provide a purpose-based context. A term like constituent does the same. The current version of the Code of Ordinances has that possible action was taken on January 27th, 2021 around the term gender neutral. However, I didn't see any additional information. Undertaking a comprehensive in-depth review of policies led the school board back in, I believe, 2010 to expand its non-discrimination policy to include additional protected groups, which brings me to a question. Does the city follow a schedule like the boards, the school boards, in reviewing the entirety of the code it follows? As the board did in 2010 and council has done on numerous occasions, action can be taken ahead of state legislators taking up an issue. Given this, I am hopeful the city of Charlottesville will continue its precedent-setting activity. Perhaps the work on updating the city's definitions, including gender, is already underway. If not, I would ask City Council to consider 1, adding the term constituent to Section 1-2, revising all ordinances not specific to gender-based policy to include any new definitions, and 3, if it hasn't done so, consider establishing a schedule for review of all existing code. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, those are the 6 I had signed up in advance after the changes that were made. So we'll now take up to 10 additional people. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in line right now. So an additional 4 people can get in line to speak. Just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. The first 3 people are Robin Hoffman, then Mary Bauer, and then Elizabeth Stark. Robin, you're on the City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. My thoughts were more organized than after I've listened to everything. I'm kind of disorganized, but I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. And I'm sorry because Colette just blew me away with her organized legislation. March 2020, I had suggested that the healthcare workers and agencies be involved in the vaccinations, be involved with the testing and all that. I still feel like that today. I worked vaccine clinics in nursing homes and also in store. And I feel like Dr. Bond is doing an amazing job getting all this together. It's just incredible. But I feel like there should be some oversight with these outsourced agencies in terms of they have like 10,000 stores each. And the management is like somewhere else. So I just felt like if there was only 2 vaccinators in store, why couldn't we have the vaccines, which, by the way, are refrigerated by the companies, by the pharmaceutical companies who send them to these stores. So the refrigeration is just a plugged-in device. I feel like we should really, put these vaccines into doctors' hands by now. I mean, I did 100 vaccines myself, and the pharmacist sitting next to me did 100 vaccines in 9 hours. Which, again, like if a lot of these doctors' facilities, they have parking lots that are always empty. And I just feel like we can distribute these vaccines, especially Johnson & Johnson you don't have to worry about all the logistics of delivering the vaccine. Once you open up the vial, you have 10 for Pfizer, you have to keep it out of the refrigerator for 45 minutes. If it's a Moderna vaccine, you have to keep it out for 15 minutes before you deliver it, and you have to mix it and this sort of thing. But anybody who is trained, I think, in healthcare, who is licensed nurse or a pharmacist or medtech even, can do this. And then lastly, please watch my new show on CPA TV. And it's about me being a nurse and an artist. And we had Sheriff James Brown on this coming week. Please view it and comment and everything, because it's really inclusive and it's great conflict resolution and being a village. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Mary Bauer. Mary, you're on the City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, City Councilors and all of you. I am a city resident and I am currently the chair of the Human Rights Commission I'm writing to follow up a letter that I sent to you all this afternoon on behalf of the Human Rights Commission with regard to several matters. First, I'd like to thank several of the councilors for reaching out in response to the letter, and I would like to thank in particular Vice Mayor McGill for her support and interest in the commission and her attendance at so many of our recent meetings. The letter I sent made several points. One, please hire a director of the Office of Human Rights. It is a position that is required by city law. This is an office focused on equity and in combating discrimination. And I ask you to consider what it says about the city's values that this position has been open for more than a year without even an advertisement for a position. Two, express concern about the limitations of meetings that impose a real limitation on the ability for us to get our work done. That is, as a commission, we are limited to 6 hours of meetings a month. That includes both our commission meetings and subcommittee meetings, and it's simply not enough time to get real substantive work done. It's a limitation, and it frankly at this point makes no sense. And then I think most concerning is the issue of the recently adopted human rights ordinance that imposed new obligations on the commission without providing resources to do that work. There's no director to help shepherd the work, and we are now required to produce a significant research project while only being permitted to meet 6 hours a week. But most principally, I think the commission has concerns about the process for adopting the revised ordinance that was adopted in on February 1st. As you know, the commission submitted a revised ordinance in January that was before the city council on January 19th. It was added to the consent agenda for February 1st, but a few days before that, the ordinance was pulled from the consent agenda and a number of revisions were made. The timing was such that the commission was faced with a dilemma. It was important that the ordinance pass because real people had complaints pending that could not move forward without the changes, but there was not sufficient time for the commission to meet and respond to those revisions. I can't get into each of the substantive concerns because we don't have enough time here. I've laid that out in the letter, but I did want to highlight the concerns that our very diverse commission had. It felt to the members that one individual could raise concerns and undo much of their work. I'm certain that was not your intention, but it was the result. I urge you to look at this process to avoid this happening in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to comment on a couple of those since I was, especially the, HR director, because I know you just became the chair, Ms. Bauer, but I came to a meeting just to talk about that process, which we were hoping that deputy city manager would be in place. And then there was still a discussion that was supposed to take place during a work session of whether that was still a manager level position or whether it was changing to a director level position. That was one of the key discussions that needed to take place. And so at that time, that was the information that was shared. I fully, and I think the rest of the council understands that this is a position that has been vacant for too long, as in a lot of positions throughout the city. And everything from, the constant changes that we've had in leadership throughout the city to COVID-19 has impacted that. But I fully understand that if equity, equality, justice, fairness, all of those things are a top priority, then we can't leave these key positions vacant like the HRC office staff, the PCRB, the equity office. So we have had those conversations and just wanted to acknowledge your concerns there. And I had another thought and I didn't write it down, but yeah, any other counselor had?
Go ahead, Lloyd.
I just wanted to note, I actually sent an email to Ms. Bauer about this aspect of the question of the meetings and the infrequency. We had passed that policy to limit the number of meetings back last year sometime, probably originally in July, and then I think we reenacted it in some way in like September, October, at a time when one of the major constraints was the fact that Brian Wheeler only had 26 hours in a day. And we decided, among other things, that we needed to limit the number of meetings that everybody wanted to have. One thing we did not think about at that time was the fact that there are some organizations, and the HRC is one of them, that has a staffer already pretty much dedicated to their service. And I wonder whether we might not in this meeting, but in the next month or so, ask the city manager to take a look at that with the idea of trying to figure out if there's a way to say, okay, if you've got the staff where you can do this intelligently and ably, then the limitations might not apply to you. That's a city manager kind of management level decision, but one that I think that we on council might push the city manager a little bit to think about.
And that was my second thought, that it wasn't directed at the Human Rights Commission, that we were really trying to be fair and consistent, not only to board and commission members, but also to staff, and to make sure that they weren't overwhelmed by trying to figure out COVID and how to keep the entire city, in this virtual world, make sure that the community had that the meetings were accessible to community members.
And I think on that point, that's why it isn't just as easy as just a dedicated staff person being there, because that's true. And I think many of our boards and commissions, but I do think that there's, again, this is for a follow-up with the city manager, Mr. Wheeler, at a future meeting. But there certainly is support that we need from the communications department in order to provide like something like this in the format that it's in, that can be basically available in the future for people to watch in our Boxcast, as well as just to manage both the panelists and then the public, so that it is available to the public in real time. So there are certainly considerations there. I'm certainly look forward to hearing back from the team on what may be possible to provide as much flexibility as possible for some of these boards and commissions that want more time.
Right.
Mayor Walker, our next speaker is Elizabeth Stark. Elizabeth, you're on with City Council.
Thank you. Hi, councilors and Mr. Boyles. I live on Fairway Avenue in the city. First, I want to ask that the council endorse and fully fund the affordable housing plan being presented tonight. We know that this is something that is desperately needed in our community, is more affordable housing. Second, in the proposed budget being presented tonight, spending on policing is set to increase by nearly $1 million, from 18 to nearly 19 million. At a time when there are so many needs in the community, like affordable housing and school improvements, not to mention the pressures of the COVID crisis, we should not be increasing the police budget. I believe we should be diverting funds from the police and funding resources that do a far better job of keeping our community members safe. I would like to see robust mental health care, community-based de-escalation, like the Buck Squad, which I know received some city funding and I commend you on, domestic abuse survivor support, and food and housing aid, that these things should be fully funded before we're giving extra money to the police. This summer, as we know, thousands of people took to the streets of Charlottesville to demand a decrease in police spending. Now, those demands are being ignored. One particularly troubling aspect of the police budget is the lack of transparency. I'm asking you, the councilors, and Mr. Boyles, can you please release detailed police budgets for the past few years and the upcoming one? My understanding is that robust oversight and sound funding decisions just aren't possible if we don't have a detailed knowledge of where the money is going. Right now, the public is forced to piece these budgets together through FOIA and other means. So once again, I just want to ask that you please release detailed police budgets to the public. I know other, large agencies, for instance, like the school board, releases detailed budgets. We need and should have this information. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to be talking about the budget later, so I'll save my comments for during that discussion.
Mayor Walker, our 10th speaker is Don Gathers, who will be followed by Tanisha Hudson. Don, you're on the City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me a moment. First of all, I'd like to ask if I understood correctly, Mr. Boyle said that the signage was already in place for approved street changes, name changes that had come forth. If that's the case, I'm wondering if the request that I made that change had been implemented. And if so, I'm wondering why I hadn't been notified that that was being done. So just a suggestion, if that's what has happened or is happening, it would probably be just decency and courtesy to let the people know who request these changes that the change is indeed happening or about to happen or when it's going to happen. I want to come in concert with the previous speaker asking that you would indeed fully fund the affordable housing plan. And I just look forward to the conversation about the budget later on in this meeting. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, our next speaker is Tanisha Hudson, who will be followed by Joy Johnson. Tanisha, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Y'all hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, so I want to point out that the temporary housing vouchers are also up again for individuals who receive the emergency assistance vouchers. I don't know if you all intend to renew those for those individuals, being that we're in a pandemic, that we're going to put people out in the middle of a pandemic, but that conversation has not been happening. I don't know who's, talking about it or who brought it up. I haven't heard it mentioned at one time at City Council. But I know this was a long-going and an ongoing conversation the last 2 years. I believe I've been the one to bring it up at City Council each time and never received an answer, not even in 2019 when I was bringing it up. So again, they're coming up for people around the months of June, July, and August. So that needs to be happening. Conversations needs to be happening with those down at CRHA rental office, so that those individuals know if they can remain in their houses or not. And then I also want to talk to the Democrats, you four, Cena, Michael, Lloyd, and Heather. It is absolutely ridiculous that the tactics that I feel the Democratic Party is making right now in targeting Mayor Walker. You don't have to like her. You can agree to disagree. But this public targeting of Black people that you white folks do around here is getting a tad bit ridiculous. This credit card policy, Mr. Boyles, you're in the hot seat now. You need to take a look at those illegal contracts because your contract is illegal too. You're on a 2-year term. You should not have a term. You should have been from 2021 until 2022, not 2023. Let's talk about these contracts. Joe, 3-page letter clearly outlines that there was a credit card policy that was going to be put in place, but it wasn't. You guys are doing really low blows for 4 individuals who claim you wanted to move this city forward. You guys are doing really low blows for someone who claimed that they just didn't want to revert back to the past of how things used to be. You guys are doing exactly what Black people feel white people do anyway when you're in a position of power. Stop it. It's petty. And let's be real. You don't have a director in the Human Rights Commission because you didn't have a city manager to hire someone for that position. Tell the truth to the public. Make them aware of what's really going on. It's so toxic with all 5 of you that the real work is not being done. Get the work done and stop being petty. The pettiness that you all are doing is the same thing that Mike Signer did to the mayor before she even got in her seat. Now, if you don't want her to lead a meeting, okay, you can control somebody being the mayor, but you cannot control somebody winning an election. You all are petty, and it is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Stop it. It's sad, and it's a disgrace. The world is seeing everything that y'all doing, and you're not just doing it to the mayor. You did it to Richardson, all of you. It's pitiful. Why do Black people have to go through this? You did it to Maurice Jones, and you did it to Al Thomas. Let it go.
Our next speaker is Joy Johnson. Joy, you're on the City Council. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. You've got 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My name is Joy Johnson. I reside at 802A Hardy Drive, and I'm a public housing resident. I'm also, far as a part of CLIC, and so I'm wearing that hat tonight. And if I have more time, I'll talk about some of the things Ms. Hudson touched on. The Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition, CLIC, clearly appreciate the time and money invested in creating an affordable housing plan. Overall, we are encouraged by the contents of the current draft, but there are a handful of areas which needs to be strengthened. These changes are needed to make sure the city effectively address the current housing crisis in ways that address racial inequity and do not cause further harm. We ask you to support the following change. The funding recommendation should be more ambitious. $12 million to $15 million per year for affordable housing is what we need to get closer to making Charlottesville a world-class city for everyone. 2, we need stronger policy to prevent displacement, culture loss, and to provide reparation for the wrongs of the past. The draft does not go far enough. Majority Black neighborhoods should be upzoned. They should be protected and given more resource to prevent further displacement. Land bank, land trust, and a strike fund to create affordable housing needs that needs more attention. We ask that you target 100% of city funding to the lowest income people. The Low Income Coalition the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program provide even enough incentive for developers to address the need of people in the 50 or 80% AMI range. This report needs to be firmer on inclusionary zoning. There's a lot of page about soft density, like building duplexes and other small multifamily homes. We need to be thinking bigger and strong. Inclusionary zoning ordinance will help us make more substantial progress. I ask you to add language about compensating lower income and Black residents for providing community input. This is not just a way to ensure more diversity input. It's a matter of fairness. I got 14 seconds, and basically what I want to say is that I agree with Ms. Hudson on some things about being petty and not supporting the mayor, but it's an election year, so I expect nothing less from you all.
Thank you.
Sorry, Joy, I cut you off at the very end there. Next up is Jaquana Mason, and please correct me if I mispronounced your name, who will be followed by Matthew Gillikin, then Nancy Carpenter. Jaquana, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jaquana Mason. I wanted to talk about affordable housing in Charlottesville. I currently was a resident of CRHA, and I felt like I was stuck because as a single parent, and I have no family here or nothing, you guys want us to, do this and do that, but I found myself working more than spending time with my child just to be able to cater my needs of being able to provide my rent and pay for his child care and things like that. And then it came to the time now I moved from CRHA because I got a voucher or whatever, and it still was hard to find a place for me to live. I received my voucher back in July, and I didn't move into December. And usually you only get the 60-day time limit or whatever. But on all these applications and things, you talk about 3 times the rent, and then you still have to worry about your utilities and all that stuff. But how am I going to do that? Pay child care expenses? They don't include all those. They don't include what type of household you really are when you go out and fill out for these applications and things like that. And it was really, really hard for me to find. Now I found one because I just lucked up and found the pastor or whatever, but I know plenty of people who are right now homeless because the prices in Charlottesville is just way too high, or you're going to be working 3 jobs. And then what time do you have to spend with your kids? Like my kids are more, I'd rather spend time with my kids than be at work. But the way the rent is I'm going to be working more than I'm spending time with my child. And I've come to that point too, as the summertime and how schools change to virtual learning. Your kids need you more with this virtual learning because now you don't have the structure to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do and things like that. And my child was falling behind because I had to work. I had to choose between work or not have a place for me to go with my child. And I mean, I chose work, but at the same time, then my child was being neglected. He was failing. He had a whole bunch of incompletes. And now that I'm home and things with him, he's passed all his classes, this semester. And I even got let go of my job because I had to attend to my child with this new virtual learning. And that was the excuse, well, no one else is going through that. Well, I'm a single mother and I have no family to depend on. And these are the things that I have to take into consideration in order for us just to live properly. And I don't feel like any of that is being taken into consideration. So many homeless people. I know of 4 different homeless families right now displaced because you have to work or what? But your kids are going to be neglected in the same time too. And then it's like, oh, well, the parents aren't paying attention to the kids. So where do we fit in when you're a single family and don't have family around here? Because I don't have either. And I think you guys should start taking that into consideration.
Thank you.
Next up is Matthew Gilligan. Matthew, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
City Council, thank you for giving me a minute to speak. I wanted to talk about 2 suggestions that I'd like to see with respect to police funding. First would be for council and Mr. Boyles to ask the police department and work with the police department to create a document that explains where their money goes and why we're using it the particular ways that it's being used. As Ms. Stark said, something similar to the schools report that they put out every year. It's 150 pages long. I'm not asking for 150 pages, but maybe 20 or 30 pages justifying why we're spending, as it turns out, nearly $19 million a year on policing. And that, I think, transparency will allow us as a community to have a better, more productive conversation about what we want policing to look like in Charlottesville. And additionally, how we would want to think about budgeting for more in particular areas and less in other areas. The second thing I'd like for council to do with this budget in terms of police funding is to take some of the money that's currently set aside, the nearly $19 million, take maybe, I don't know, a couple $100,000 as a first step towards actually funding some more initiatives, and whether this money would be set aside to study things or to put more money towards some things that already exist. We need to start making movements towards new ways of policing in Charlottesville. And I'd like for this budget to start reflecting that, even if it's in a small way. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Nancy Carpenter. Nancy, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Brian, and good evening, councilors. I appreciate this time this evening. I won't belabor a lot of points, but I will say that what all the speakers prior talked about from CLIC in reference to the affordable housing plan. I certainly do support. I also support some strong oversight on the police budget. It looks like there's 5 or 6% that's in that budgeted amount for maybe salaries, pensions, and all that kind of human resources stuff. But what's the rest of the money going to again? And I do appreciate what Ms. Hudson said about what I call CSRAP. That you all adopted a few years ago to help additional families be able to find different types of housing and be able to live in different types of neighborhoods. I hope that that is an ongoing, strong initiative. I also hope that as these other vouchers drop, because we know that we just finished up an application period for folks that were homeless in the city to be able to be considered for one of 40 vouchers. And as Ms. Mason said, it can take an extremely long time to find something. And part of that is due to perhaps some of the success of the moratoriums that have been in effect over the past year, in that a lot of people are not moving out of affordable housing units. They're staying there, thank goodness. However, that does have a downhill effect on that, and that you would work strongly with CRHA and be able to provide as long an open time frame to be able to convert those vouchers from paper to housing for folks that need it. And I also think what Ms. Mason said is a direct line from what our federal government should have done a year ago for folks to be able to stay home and help their children through this virtual learning environment and be able to take care of their health and all sorts of things that should have been done that hasn't, that has fallen on your shoulders to muscle through and try to get through as best as you possibly can. Then that's all that I have to say this evening. Thank you.
I just wanted to make one comment. I think just to clear up, and I don't have the actual numbers and I don't have the documents, but there was a 5 to 6% on salaries, I guess, within the police department. And if I was hearing, that incorrectly, because I think it's like 80 or 90% that goes to salaries from the last FOIA. So I just wanted to make sure that we just corrected that. And I'll see if I can find that or if anyone knows the numbers outright, what that is.
Sorry, I don't remember the exact number either, but from my memory, yeah, it's like 80 to 90% in that area. But just real quick, there is still 900,000 in the budget for the supplement or voucher program. I know we'll get into that when we discuss the budget, but just want to highlight that. That's definitely been one of the areas that, despite the revenue decreases we've seen, has continued to be a red line for council of we want to do everything we can to make sure that is still funded and supported, and it still is in the budget.
Yes, and since you brought that up, I was going to talk about it later, but we did have staff on last year to just give a brief overview of, and then CRHA staff came on to talk about the vouchers, and that they said at that time that families were not at risk of losing. I talked to staff at that time also about the fact that we either need to figure out how to put more money in to the voucher program, or we need to have a clear timeline of when families can stay on, because we don't have either. Now, everybody, I think, know what my preference would be is that we add to it. But that was something that I brought up last year. That would be the same comment that I would have this year. And of course, because we're in a pandemic, we wouldn't take vouchers away from families at this time, but it's definitely something that we need to make sure that we figure out how to, if nothing else, that families can, that another set of families would know that they're getting relief at some point. But ultimately, I think the numbers and the poverty and even the Orange Dot 4.0 report speaks to the fact that this is one of the initiatives with 22% of our families living in poverty that we need to figure out how to increase the contributions to.
And our final speaker is Almas Abdullah. Abdullah. Almas, you're on the City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on. My name is Almas Abdullah, and I'm a law student at UVA. I wanted to comment on the affordable housing plan. And first of all, I wanted to wholeheartedly support the comments that you heard from community leaders like Ms. Johnson and Ms. Mason. I also wanted to add that while it's really commendable that the report mentions racial equity, unfortunately, it doesn't go far enough in several respects. First, it doesn't set a specific plan that will address the rapid displacement that's been taking place here for generations from Black neighborhoods in our city. A plan of this type should study this issue in more depth and devise specific steps to address mass displacement and destruction of these communities. The plan also doesn't discuss a way to protect predominantly Black neighborhoods from being upzoned or having multifamily construction built in their midst. This would open the floodgates of expensive market rate complexes being built in these historically Black areas, increase displacement, and with it, racial inequality. Focusing on more construction, more economic growth, and more development, and hoping that it trickles down is not the right approach. Second, the plan does not discuss how its other ambitious goals, like inclusionary zoning, would actually be implemented. As Ms. Johnson said, the approach to correcting these egregious historical wrongs has to be aggressive. It won't be enough to rapidly develop massive apartment complexes in Charlottesville. It won't be enough to allocate a small, unknown number of units to low-income residents. It won't be enough to allocate limited funds to ensure that these community members can actually stay in these houses long-term. Inclusionary zoning has to be intentionally targeted to the poorest residents of Charlottesville. It must require developers to make substantial commitments to building and maintaining a large affordable housing stock for these community members. Permitting massive developments first and leaving the affordability question to be answered later is a one-way street to leaving historically excluded members of our community behind. Once again, we just have to be more intentional. The locations where these aggressive inclusionary zoning policies are going to be implemented should be specified, and they should specifically be based in areas of historic discrimination and exclusion. The city has a duty to these communities and should place their needs ahead of those of developers, tourists, and more affluent undergraduate and graduate students. Thank you so much for your time. That's all I had.
Thank you. Okay. Councilors, are there any comments?
I think we'll get into it in that agenda item.
Okay. All right. And my only other comment about the budget is that I think the transparency that we're asking for is something that based on past experiences with being on the PDC, that I think we could definitely look forward to that in the future. I've seen localities that have the entire budget where, it's just on the website and the details that people are asking for is there too. And that is something that I think that we should be able to offer, at some point in the near future. And the participatory budgeting aspect that we haven't talked about much this year, but that citizens have asked for in the past, and being able to have that, level of influence, or at least be able to, provide feedback in that very direct way is something that I hope we also move towards too. So those were my only final budget wrap-up questions until we get into the discussion.
Yeah, and just because it was shared among staff, the police salary and benefits percentage is 82.5% for fiscal year 22.
And last year, did you have that?
Oh, no, I'm just going with what they just sent over to us.
Okay, all right, but thanks. Okay. All right, so we'll take our 15-minute break now. So we'll come back at 8:45. Thanks. All right, I'll call this meeting back to order. And next up, we have the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Plan endorsement request, one reading.
Okay, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, I'm Alex Ikefuna, NDS Director, and what we are bringing to you tonight with our consultants, it's phase one of three-part project. A couple of years ago, Council authorized and funded a planning project that will include three components, essentially. One is the affordable housing, the zoning rewrite, and the comprehensive plan update. The first element of those three study, the affordable housing element, has been completed. And tonight, our consultant will be providing a presentation to the City Council on this particular phase of the project. The affordable housing chapter, or element, if you will, has been presented to the Planning Commission, and there are some suggestions and comments that were made by the Planning Commission. With that, I would like to introduce the project manager from RHI Consulting, Jenny Cook, and she will introduce the rest of her team, and they will be providing this presentation tonight. Jenny.
Thank you, Alex. Brian, you can go ahead and bring up the presentation if you wouldn't mind. You can go to the second slide. Oops, sorry, this is the wrong presentation, unless you've got them all in one. Let's see.
Stand by for just a second. I do have them all.
Sure. Well, as you're pulling that up, great, thank you. I will note, thank you all for having us tonight, and thank you for everyone who shared comments earlier. As Alex mentioned, in late 2019, the city brought on a consultant team to help with this project we're calling Seaville Plans Together. The team is made up of Roadside and Harwell, our RHI, and that's the firm I work with. The team also includes three other firms. One is HRNA Advisors, who are housing experts and who led the development of the Affordable Housing Plan. So Sarah Kirk and Philip Cash from HRNA are on the call tonight, and you'll hear from them in a bit. The other two members of our team are Brick and Story, who is our engagement lead, and Code Studio, who will be leading the future zoning rewrite. So as we mentioned, we're calling this process Seaville Plans Together, and you can see more information about the overall process on the project website, which is seavilleplans-together.com. As Alex noted, there's three related outcomes for this process. One is the updated comprehensive plan, building on the work that the Planning Commission and others did in 2017 and 2018. The Affordable Housing Plan, which is the topic of the discussion for tonight, is part of the comprehensive plan update. And it's really focused on creating a unified strategy for housing Charlottesville's residents. The third piece of the Seaville Plans Together process will be the zoning rewrite, which is the next step after the comprehensive plan update. And the goal will be to reflect the updated community land use vision and address other needed updates. So as we've said, we're here tonight to seek your endorsement of the Affordable Housing Plan as a checkpoint prior to fully incorporating these recommendations and strategies into the comprehensive plan and then the zoning ordinance, as well as other city efforts as needed. It's important to note that this is really the first step in sort of beginning to implement the recommendations within the plan. As we heard from some of the speakers earlier, there are details to be worked out within several of the recommendations, and there are many other discussions that we'll need to have, as we look to the future land use map, the other goals and strategies in the comprehensive plan, and then of course once we get to the zoning rewrite. And even outside of the Seaville Plans Together process, there will be other discussions that need to happen in order to implement the Affordable Housing Plan. So again, our goal tonight is to seek your endorsement and agreement with the general recommendations contained in the plan, which will help us give an overall structure, as we move forward to these updating the comprehensive plan and then the zoning rewrite. So for now, I will invite Sarah Kirk and Philip Cash from HRNA to give a bit of an overview of the plan. You can go to the next slide, Brian.
Thank you, Ginny. This is Philip Cash, partner at HR and Advisors, and I'm joined by Sarah Kirk, the project manager for the Affordable Housing Plan. So we presented a number of times to council about the plan, but I'll hit some of the higher points here as we go through it and move towards approval. The Affordable Housing Plan, it lays out both immediate actions, short-term actions, and long-term actions. We tried very much to focus the plan on implementation and action. It was clear from our start with the work with the city and stakeholders in the community that there was a strong desire to act appropriately and act quickly around affordable housing. And we've tried to design the plan along those lines. We laid out a vision based on our community engagement and then guiding principles. For each of the guiding principles, racial equity, regional collaboration, and the comprehensive approach, we went into greater detail on the specific actions and tools that would actually be necessary to advance them. So again, trying to make sure the guiding principles were infused throughout the process and actually reflected in each of the actions recommended and steps in the plan. So the plan really will advance on each one of these points. Next slide. Our recommendations are really organized into 5 areas. 2 of those are about implementation needs and noting the point that the plan is tried to focus the housing plan is tried to focus on implementation as much as possible, as we think that's where the greatest need is, and that's what the community was asking for. On the funding side, we make a recommendation of strong reoccurring financial commitment, so $10 million annually. Acknowledge the comments that we heard during the public comment period about the need for additional funding, and in that we make a commitment to $10 million, but also make a recommendation about identifying additional funding sources so that this city's commitment can be sustained and potentially expanded over time. And most importantly, sustained during the period of COVID when financial resources are less than they might be, but need is greater. Then we put a real focus on governance. This is both about making the funding and the plan implemented most effectively, but also about addressing some of the structural and systemic biases and racism that exist, and really getting into making sure that governance and decision-making process at all levels included full representation of the community, and most importantly, those who actually participate in the programs, so that those who actually benefit from affordable housing programs have a strong voice in the process for how those programs are designed and implemented, because too often they are excluded. On the tool side, we looked at land use tools, we looked at tenants' rights tools, and we looked at subsidy tools. On the land use side, we try to lay out both the advantages, the importance of making sure land use supports housing development to meet market demand, but also acknowledging the limitations that land use alone will not solve the affordable housing crisis. That is a precondition for solving it, but it doesn't actually create the affordable housing and meet the need for those residents with the lowest incomes, those with the greatest need. And then getting into tenants' rights, making sure that there is Charlottesville is doing what it can within its power, which is limited by the state of Virginia, to have a balance between tenants' rights and landlords' rights. And finally, looking at specific subsidy tools that can really close the gap for households with lower levels of income on their ability to afford housing, and the gap between what they can afford and frankly what housing costs to develop and operate. Next slide. I'll hand it over to Sarah to discuss a little bit about how we went through the process, since as a project manager, she led this process.
Thanks. So this plan was developed as part of a year-long effort, and really we set out to build on the housing needs assessment that was completed previously, but to understand what are the current conditions of housing in Charlottesville, how are existing programs serving Charlottesville residents, and understanding how those past plans have influenced housing decisions. When we met with the steering committee in April, we talked about the housing issues that we saw in the market as a result of that review, and really dug into the key areas that would be priorities for the affordable housing plan to address. We spent time throughout the spring and summer talking about goals and priorities, developing strategies and refining that list of tools. And this fall has really been focused on working with the strategic plan, working with the community, and working with the city's leadership to draft and then refine the final plan. Throughout that, we've worked closely with the rest of the Seville Plans Together team, as well as the steering committee, to make sure that we're both aligned with other efforts as part of Seville Plans Together, understanding and hearing the concerns of the community, and again, relying on the steering committee to help us stay on track and understand kind of how the recommendations and discussions that we were considering fit in with current needs and the realities in Charlottesville. I'll turn it over to Jenny, who's going to talk a little bit more about the stakeholder engagement and the public engagement that was done as part of this work. Go to the next slide.
So we called it Seville Plans Together. We call this process Seville Plans Together. And the reason for that is, we're really trying to put an emphasis on community engagement as the core of this process. While our process hasn't looked like we thought we would at the beginning of this process, because COVID kicked off pretty much the same time we were kicking off our public process, we have been able to share information and get community input in several ways. And I'm certainly not saying it's been a perfect process, but I think we've been able to hear from several different types of different groups of people. So as Sarah mentioned, we had a steering committee made up of local stakeholders representing city entities, regional organizations, local advocates, and community members. And this group provided input throughout the development of the Affordable Housing Plan, and will continue to provide input as we move through the comprehensive plan update and the zoning rewrite. I want to thank that group for their partnership so far and continued partnership. We also met as a consultant team and with NDS, often met periodically with council, planning commission, the housing advisory committee, and city staff, as well as various community organizations. Notably, there were two really important community-wide public engagement periods, and I think Sarah touched on them a bit. They were from May and June 2020 and November to December 2020. And there are summaries of our activities and input received for both of those periods available on our website, sevilleplans-together.com. But just at a high level, during those periods, community input opportunities ranged from, we did outreach by email, flyers, mailings, door hangings toward the December 2020. We also had at various points different small group discussions via Zoom and telephone. We had interactive webinars. We did online surveys as well as paper surveys when we could, and used, we had a toll-free phone line available. And of course, we had the opportunity to submit written comments by email and via the project website. So we were trying to reach out ourselves, and we were trying to reach out through the steering committee as well as other community partners. We're not done with community engagement for the Seville Plans Together process. There'll be future engagement focused on gathering input related to the larger comprehensive plan update, as well as the subsequent zoning rewrite. And both of those will include discussion of how we incorporate the recommendations from the Affordable Housing Plan into those efforts. And I'll also note the comprehensive plan will include a community engagement chapter that can include recommendations for moving forward for the city's community engagement in general. I also want to note, as shown on the slide here, the Affordable Housing Plan supports the City Council vision to provide quality housing opportunities for all, and it contributes to Goal 1, Objective 1.3 of the City Council Strategic Plan to increase affordable housing options. If you go to the next slide, HRNA will talk a bit about the budgetary impact.
Thank you. So I hit on this for a moment at a high level previously, but the plan recommends the city dedicate $10 million in funding annually over the next 10 years, and that the city look at additional funding sources to sustain and potentially expand that funding level. This level of funding is going to allow for a significant increase in production and preservation of existing affordable units. It certainly will not meet all of the affordable housing needs that the city of Charlottesville has, but would represent a dramatic increase in production. It also would put Charlottesville at the top tier, frankly, depending on you measure it, number 1 or number 2 for the highest level of subsidy for affordable housing per capita annually. The funding, sustains programs like the existing tax relief program for homeowners, the local voucher program, which was discussed earlier, as well as allowing direct subsidy for capital development, public housing redevelopment, low-income housing tax credit development, others. as well as setting aside additional funding so the city can increase its administrative capacity to run the set of affordable housing programs it's looking to put forward. Next slide.
Okay. Now, what we are asking the City Council to do tonight is to endorse the affordable housing plan and the recommendations within this plan. Council may also decide not to endorse the affordable housing plan, or may decide to endorse it with changes or additions to what is presented to you tonight. The essence of this endorsement, it's essentially to lay the groundwork for the comprehensive plan update and the zoning ordinance rewrite. I just want to clarify for the City Council that the affordable housing chapter or element will inform the activities within the comprehensive plan update and zoning rewrite. It's going to lay the groundwork. You know, that's why we started with the affordable housing. It's going to lay the groundwork for the land use component, economic development component of the comprehensive plan, among other chapters. And also play a very critical role in terms of crafting the zoning rewrite. So we're asking the City Council to endorse the plan tonight so that the consultant will move to the next phase of comprehensive plan update.
Thank you. All right, councilors, are there comments, questions?
Yes, a few questions. You know, I know in public comment, and we'd also received the letter from Click about some of the responses they had to the plan. Just a few questions about, you know, some of what they raised as it relates to the plan. One related to inclusionary zoning. There is inclusionary zoning recommended as being mandatory inclusionary zoning in this draft housing plan. Will it be primarily in the zoning rewrite where, you know, the expectation is to fill out all the specifics of exactly how that operates and what it is? Because I think they're asking for like more specificity around the inclusionary zoning piece.
Sure. And so we recommended in the prioritization that that be part of the conversation as the zoning rewrite. I don't know that the full inclusionary zoning policy will be all the way developed in that process, but setting forward levels of affordability and portions of affordability is part of that conversation. We flagged it as one of the higher priority, I think the highest level of priority in terms of tools to actually get it fully developed. We also talked about it has to happen part and parcel with any upzoning. So the comment made earlier that if you upzone and then do the inclusionary zoning, then that's problematic.
Right.
That is an accurate statement. I would agree with it. And definitely we've come into plenty of markets where they've upzoned, had a lot of development, and then put an inclusionary zoning policy in after the development. That gives away most of your leverage and your ability to actually get inclusionary zoning. The comments about the level of affordability, I think, is a real challenge with inclusionary zoning because it often doesn't get as deep as where the need is. It's usually closer to 60 and 50% AMI, and I think we need under 50% and even lower Charlottesville over here post-described. Jenny, did I say that accurately? Sorry.
Yeah, so just to follow up on that, where when we scoped this project and when we were kicking it off, Charlottesville wasn't able to do inclusionary zoning. That came on board sort of partway through, which presents a great opportunity. But while our zoning team has the ability to handle incorporating inclusionary zoning into the ordinance, there may be some policy decisions or some sort of economic analysis that needs to happen before those can be fully incorporated. So we need to work with you all and with NDS to figure out the best way to make those policy decisions, since it was not incorporated into our original scope. But So it would happen, I think, during the zoning rewrite process. We just need to figure out the best way to do that.
I guess would it be accurate that the plan, is clearly recommending inclusionary zoning, and the goal, we'll have to make those policy decision on council, but the goal really should be to implement inclusionary zoning and to have it be done along with the upzoning. So exactly like you said, we're not doing it after the fact. That's how I read it, but just want to confirm.
Yeah, that is completely accurate. You should not upzone without an inclusionary zoning policy to go along with it.
Second is, it had been brought up recommendation for including support for sort of a land strike fund. My reading of the plan is that it does recommend establishing a land acquisition fund. Is that accurate, that sort of concept is also in there to be able to have a pool of money where we can buy either land or LIHTC properties, whatever it may be?
That is correct. And there's a lot of flexibility on how what properties are you targeting with it and how you design the fund. And we gave some case studies in there, but yes, we think that that's an important tool. And after low-income housing tax credit, that's probably your most powerful tool in terms of production size.
Right. This may be question more for city staff, I don't know, but one of the recommendations I also put forward is exclusively dedicating funding for under 50% of AMI for projects. I certainly would like to see that be the priority, but is it accurate that LIHTC projects that might meet like 50 to 80% of AMI, like still in many cases are requiring city funds or matching funds, and that if it was mandatory rather than a priority, that we wouldn't be able to do certain LIHTC or housing projects that are still requiring at least some matching funds for 50 to 80% of AMI?
So your question is if we change the funding recommendations to target 100% of that under 50% or lower AMI, would that then mean we can't support LIHTC?
Well, they argued that programs like LIHTC on their own would cover 50 to 80%. And my only concern would be that there's programs that are meeting that need, but sometimes they also require some matching city funds, even though that program of non-city funds is meeting that need.
I think the need under 50% is the greatest in terms of size. I want to acknowledge that. I don't want to diminish it because I think it's a very valid point. I think there is gap funding needs in your LIHTC developments at the 50 and 80% level. There's also, and this is something we really heard back as we talked about the community, a push on ownership and access to ownership to address racial equity. And that is a very, very strong need in the 50 to 80% group. So I think that's another reason why we didn't end up entirely there. We did lay out some targeting criteria, 40% under 30, 40% under 50, and 20% 50 to 80. Those are numbers that, we're set the structure up with the governance structure that maybe the future group will end up making recommendations about shifting.
Mm-hmm. And then just two more. We got a map today from the Mapping Seville project that really clearly shows that the properties that had racial covenants in the areas in the city that had been redlined very closely overlay with our wealthiest neighborhoods, and that you can sort of see the impact of those racial covenants and redlining and development patterns today. And certainly that needs to be the context for upzoning and land use decisions, is that full context. How is that addressed in the plan, sort of thinking about land use and upzoning in that context of the full pattern of redlining, racial covenants, and disproportionate, I don't know if I'm making sense, but the disproportionate impact in wealthier neighborhoods versus low-income neighborhoods that maybe R1 zoning, but the development pattern is just different there. That take 10th and Page compared to Greenbrier.
Sure. So I'm Pete and Sarah, please jump in if we think I missed something, anything to add. But The development pattern, so I think there's two parts to answer this, a couple of parts to answer this. One, part of what we called out in the plan is that consideration of both the economics and the race of the surrounding census tracts and the neighborhoods have to be considered whenever there's upzoning, because if you upzone without consideration, you're going to see more development and more displacement in your Black neighborhood. So we basically made a recommendation that the upzoning should not be in those areas. We should really focus on other parts of the city. The other part, this is Code Studio will be writing this in more detail, and they were part of our work sessions. They were part of the conversations, and I've talked, they've already started to put together maps and look at, okay, if you're going to not upzone areas that are majority Black or areas that have particular economic vulnerability on this, are there sufficient areas to accommodate the growth? And so I won't speak for them because they're doing the analysis, but they definitely are looking along those lines of how do we make sure we're really giving consideration to that. And it's both where are we not going to do this, and also that's part of the reason we really looked at some of the missing middle is your point on the R1 is where can we absorb, where can we absorb growth to make it more equitable? I think we're trying to balance both not allowing in some areas and making sure we do allow in others, because I heard the point earlier that smaller, 2, 4, those are smaller buildings, we need bigger. But if a lot of your land in Charlottesville is R1, so if you can do 2 and 3 and 4 unit buildings in a lot of different areas, you can actually have a real impact. It can have a real benefit. Mm-hmm. And that's not dissimilar, like when you start talking about 2s and 3s and 4s, that's not that dissimilar actually from a lot of the older stock in many of these neighborhoods. So we're not talking about radically changing the building stock.
Right, and I would certainly think that allowing a duplex versus allowing, say, a 100-unit apartment complex has a very different impact on land speculation and how the market is going to react to it.
But yes, that's a reasonable read on that. Sarah, did I say that right? Did I miss anything critical there?
Yeah, I think, we had a lot of conversations with Code Studio about balancing concerns over displacement and wanting to make sure that we're preserving existing communities with balancing opportunities for wealth building for people who do own homes in predominantly Black neighborhoods. And Code Studio, I don't want to put any words into their mouths, but they definitely are aware of those considerations, and we tried to reflect those considerations in the recommendations that we made. We didn't get more specific than that because that's going to be part of the code rewrite. But they absolutely intend to keep those considerations very close in mind.
And I just want to add to that, we're talking about zoning, but the comprehensive plan future land use map and the comprehensive plan will definitely address this. We received that map earlier this week too from Mapping Seville, and we know it's not complete, but it shows, it tells a really good story, and we've been coordinating with them or talking to them throughout our project. So we look, forward to seeing how we can use this information as well as other information we know about community demographics to potentially target some of these land use recommendations to specific areas, not only for multifamily, scale land use, but also some of the soft density.
Right. And then the final question, which I think was answered in the slide, is the 10 million recommendation. That's 1 million for administration. And, we've certainly heard, I think the 10 million matches, a couple years ago what the Housing Advisory Committee had put forward, but it's certainly true that, it's not going to meet the full need, and, the more money you can allocate, the better. And again, as council has already discussed, getting to that 10 million, is also going to take a lot of work on council's part to figure out how to get that permanent funding sources together to even meet that number. So in some ways, that's more important than just putting out a number that we don't work to get to. But I guess. But
I think putting out the number is important.
No, and I agree. It's just a question of if we want to move it to 12 to 15 million, like what went into sort of coalescing around the $10 million number, and sort of how do you see the flexibility in the plan to, increase that funding commitment.
So looking at the 10 million number really was about looking at the level. Charlottesville had increased its commitment to affordable housing in recent years. So part of it was about understanding where is the commitment right now, what's getting deployed. Part of it, so that was one thing we looked at. Part of it was looking at the level of funding that Charlottesville was going to put forward on a per capita basis and how that compared to other places. Part of that was about understanding what some of the existing financial commitments were and what they were going to be. And then part of it was about understanding really the scale of impact that was going to, how much that was going to move the needle. It's not, I want to be very transparent. It's not an exact science of this was the one right number. This number seemed like a good place to land. It was a number that was seemed sustainable. And as we looked at comparable levels. In terms of expansion, this is, really comes down to identifying the right funding source. One of the conversations that I would expect Charlottesville will have, particularly as you look at inclusionary zoning, is the balance between units in the building versus fee or in lieu fee. In lieu fees, can be a major funding source for housing. The downside of that is that it means you're not getting the units in the mixed income development in those areas. So are you better able to deploy it as the community having better impact by getting the in lieu fee? Maybe using it for home ownership, or maybe using it to acquire existing buildings so residents don't get displaced, or increased, vouchers, and that's, there's going to be other funding sources, but I think that'll be one of the funding sources that comes in front of you very early. And it's a very important conversation to weigh both sides and think about carefully.
All right.
There's good reasons to go both directions.
All right. Well, those are all the questions I had, and I guess just final comments is, as I've read the plan, absent the request for increasing the funding and perhaps restricting funds to 50% of AMI or lower versus prioritizing that, I see the existing plan as being able to fit with CLIC's letter and recommendations to us, and some of that being fleshed out through the the zoning rewrite process and the comprehensive plan. I guess it's just, there's definitely a lot of wiggle room for future councils where the commitments could be changed or reinterpreted in ways that go away from those intentions. Quite frankly, I don't really know how to prevent that. That may just be an inherent risk. But I see the plan as accommodating their recommendations, again, absent increasing the funding. But there is just that inherent risk of future councils could look at things a different way or deprioritize affordable housing. Certainly hope they don't, but it's always a risk. And go ahead.
Yeah, I acknowledge elected officials make policy and that can always change. Part of why we put so much time on the governance was to build in multiple layers and involvement. One, to be stewards of the commitment, and frankly, probably push. I hope that in 5 years, folks think we should go farther, and they're in a position to do that. I think that's something we try to call out here with additional funding sources. But that sort of, and frankly, sustain council that supports affordable housing. I know that that's an important thing in Charlottesville right now. I've done this for long enough to watch councils come in and move on this issue and stick with it for a while, and then not always be my new council. I've lost some county commissioners I really liked recently in another market.
Yeah, well, and final comments are, again, I think that's a really important piece, the governance side. I really feel like in a lot of ways, what almost matters more than the plan, but the plan will just be words on paper if we don't invest in the staff positions from council's end to actually execute this thing. And I really think over the next year or so, that's really going to be critical, is for us to get the staff in place to execute it. And there's clearly new staff positions recommended, will require new resources, and I think we'll need to do that. And the only thing is, I don't think it holds me up from supporting or endorsing the plan, but I still continue to think that the community land trust model is, it is mentioned, but I think it's a missed opportunity for how impactful it could be if we were really thinking about things like using a land bank in partnership with a land trust, as Richmond has started to do, to basically decommodify land and over time get more and more land off the speculative market. And certainly the plan doesn't prohibit that, but I definitely think it's a missed opportunity to not have that really be front and center. I would certainly, I'm always supportive of more money for affordable housing as a goal, and certainly I'm supportive of bringing that number up to 12 million or whatever it may be, recognizing though that the real challenge is actually getting our dedicated revenue sources, and especially for things long-term, I still think, we're going to need to advocate for a land value tax and other things in the General Assembly, progressive taxation to get there. And that's what the comment. And then the final thing is they also recommended compensating residents, particularly low-income residents who may be involved on boards and commissions involved in this process. I don't know if that's really part of the plan. My understanding is on council's end, I want to have that be part of getting together a policy so we can figure out how to do that in a more systematic way, similar to how planning commission has stipends, but I don't know if that's addressed in any way in the plan.
We didn't say that particular issue. We did talk about within the admin funds, that if we're going to have a more inclusive governance structure, that we're going to have more people participating, that you're going to have to invest money from the admin funds, both for training and to make it possible for them to do it. So paying for childcare, and that might include a stipend. Because if you're asking households who are already carrying a lot to give of their time to do this as community members, that's an appropriate thing. Payment for that's an appropriate thing to do. So we didn't mention a stipend, but we did talk about the idea of paying and investing to get additional representation and diversity.
Right.
But we were not as detailed as what you described.
Right.
And I'll say on our steering committee, our community members who don't represent a specific organization do receive a stipend for participating.
Mm-hmm. No, it makes sense. And I certainly think it should be a priority, whether it be here or somewhere else in city policy, to get a more systematic way of being able to do that. Because obviously, I know there's a lot of local housing nonprofits and other groups who do provide that support and able to get more representation and engagement on the work they're doing. But
we can consider that for the community engagement chapter for the comprehensive plan as well.
But that's all I had for now. Thank you. I know a lot of work has gone into it. We still need to execute it. It's not perfect, and so much is going to come down to how we as council actually execute this thing. But I think overall, I still think it's a very strong plan. If as council, we remain committed to providing the funding and giving staff the support to execute it, that this can be a really fundamental change for housing in the community, and would make us a real statewide and, in some ways national leader on what we're doing with affordable housing. So again, just thank you all. I know it's been a lot of work and a lot of work from the steering committee and the community as well.
Echo, I certainly recognize the lift that it has been, obviously with the pandemic notwithstanding. Kind of piggybacking on a little bit of this, is we think about what would you say, Philip, are we don't want this to become a shelf study by any stretch. This is something that's been a huge priority of this community and this council and the past council. As we think about the next year, is obviously in parallel, we're going to have this comprehensive plan that the rest of the team is going to be working on, and also the zoning rewrite. And then we have just our staff's implementation. What are the top three key things that we should make sure that we're doing to make sure that we're staying on track to having this all come to fruition and really following through on things? I just want to make sure that we can kind of focus on the here and now and what's expected of us, because our budget conversations are going to be kicking off later on tonight. And so as Michael said, I think that staffing is a big component of this, but I'm just kind of curious, what are the top of mind things that are going to just be critical for us to keep this momentum going?
Sure. So I think my answers are somewhat boring, but I think important. Usually things like this get neglected, not through a lack of commitment, but through a lack of time. Your staff's covering a lot of ground. So the staff hiring and staffing up is, I think, the most foundational point. If there's additional staff and the staff have a clear mandate to execute this plan, you are in much, much better shape. I think that's the first thing. The second piece I would put right after that is you're going through the rest of the land use process on this. Most communities stall out in land use rewrites. It just tends to not get approved. So getting through that, and actually all of Charlottesville is lucky that has many engaged and very informed citizens who feel very passionately. I think that's great, and I hope that continues. I would ask all of them to be willing to be flexible and negotiate. Not getting an agreement on the land use side is we see it happen all the time and is much worse than something that is imperfect. So making sure that you don't get stalled out and irreconcilable differences there, I think is a real challenge. That has to include the inclusionary zoning piece. So I said it earlier, I'll say it again, like part of the land use has got to be your inclusionary zoning policy. And the last piece is, as you stand your governance issues up, so different committees change, the criteria they are setting, I mean, this is boring and bureaucratic, but infinitely important. They are going to set the rules for selecting partners or running housing programs, so down payment assistance or funding for tax credits. Those rules, how those program guides are written, will determine whether Charlottesville really does center race in how it's addressing affordable housing, whether Charlottesville really is trying to work at a community level, whether Charlottesville really is serving those more boring and more detailed rules for how the money actually gets deployed, writing those and making sure your governance, your different committees are involved in that, and getting them actually written and out will shape how the money goes out. Because those who want funding because they want to work with the city will follow those, and if the city's running the program, the city will follow its own rules. It's just there haven't been detailed rules on a lot of these things historically, and they haven't been closely tracked. And some of that goes back to staffing, and some of that goes back to things I don't know. So those are boring answers, but staffing, actually committing the land use and getting the inclusionary zoning, and writing the request for proposals or the criteria for the housing programs that are funded. And they need to be, those criteria will come with the reporting requirements. So you council a year from now will be able to say, we did 100 units and half of those served households at 50% AMI or less. And this is where they were in the city. And this is without violating anyone's privacy, this is who received the housing. This is who benefited. There's no reason you shouldn't have that information and be able to clearly talk about it and say, okay, we missed our goal here. We need to make an adjustment, but you should have that information and be able to speak to it very clearly going forward.
And just because I can't not say it, I think the measurements and solution piece for staffing will be critical here, on top of, the hiring of the housing coordinator position, and just looking at overall the money that's going out that I've been talking about for the past few years, and getting that office in place in the city so that there's someone dedicated to ensuring that the managers, directors, that the city manager, that council, that we know where money is going, who is receiving it, and if they're doing the thing that they said that they're going to do with it, so that we are ensuring that what we are voting on and approving is actually happening. Because if it's not happening, then no matter how good our intentions are, we're just missing the boat. So as we move into the budget conversation next, and last year I even recommended that even if we pulled some of the resources from the vibrant communities to start that position, I just think it's one of the components that we need to strongly consider. And I've received the information from community members, and I understand all of the concerns, and I know that council, like, even this vote is not it. We're going to have meetings and work sessions and figure out the governance, part of this. And but one thing that I did want to discuss while we were here is that the income targeting. And just wondering if that's something that we can take a closer look at as a council. And I want to just bring in, and I think we actually should have Reg Scholar come and do a report on the orange dot that was released in January. If we haven't, if everybody hasn't read it, but they talk about, the state that this community was already in, and how many of these health and income inequities will persist long after the pandemic subsides. And they make a really good point on page 2 is that we should focus our recovery efforts on not restoring the old economy, but on rebuilding an equitable economy intentionally constructed on a foundation of racial justice. And I know a lot of times we're talking about where the resources are going to come from and how we're going to do these things. And in an ideal world, I think we're making a lot of decisions based on the pandemic and the unknowns and the fears associated with that. But I do think that as, the assessments increase revenues and we get back to normal and, sales tax, meals tax, lodging taxes, all of those things start coming back in, that if we were able to increase, like just those scale up based on the fact that will most likely happen from that just $10 million. I think that would have been, so now I'm moved into two things, but I think that would have been ideal. But I do want to point out in this targeting, which I'm really concerned about, is according to the Orange Dot report, there are 1,918 families, 22% of the families in this area who do not make enough money to pay for the essentials of life and the costs associated with working. It goes on for that income level stops at $34,999. And we all know that by next month, HUD will release their figures for the last year and what our new AMI will be. And it's highly unlikely that won't follow the traditional pass. It's been increasing by about $10,000 each year. So if that occurs this year, we'll be over an area median income, will be over $100,000 this year if that happens. And we just need to really pay close attention to that. But I'm just wondering if instead of doing, the 40, 40, and 20, if there could be consideration for doing a 50, 40, 10, a 50, 35, 15. I know we like those, numbers in that way, but I just think these families that this Orange Dot report is talking about, that we need to be more intentional about ensuring that they are not displaced out of the community. And I'm a homeowner who's barely hanging on to my home. So I know what other people in the community is going through, and I'm not against home ownership. But I also know that my assessment increased by almost $40,000 this year. And that if we are talking about how many people could benefit, in an ideal world, it would be nice if more could. But I live in the older homes in the Belmont area, and my assessment is $279,000. And how many people are we really going to be able, to reach? And this is something that we're going to have to talk about in terms of how do we prioritize and how do we create stability. And it's not saying that people don't deserve homes and they shouldn't have them. So I'm not saying that at all. But anyway, so that's what I'm thinking. It's just that what Click's letter said and what other community members are concerned about, I think it's a big point that even 30% and 60% is not the same. And what individuals can do as their income increases, even if it's still below what our area median income is, it's still different the higher you move up.
Well, obviously I'll invite Philip and or Sarah to respond to that, but I want to make sure for all of our clarity that to me, I believe the plan recommendation says splits it 40%, 40%, 20%.
20%.
But it's up to certain AMIs. So it's 30% excuse me, 40% up to
Up to
30%
30.
AMI, and then
Mhm.
40% up to 60% AMI. So I think what Howard does is that there would be sort of flexibility within that, but I would welcome Philip and Sarah to.
Jenny's correct. So the plan is definitely written with up to, so you can always target lower. It's also written so that the governance structure, so your advisory committee can say, we looked at the programs and we're writing program requirements for your rental program and for each, and we're going to target lower incomes. We're actually going to set even higher targets on this. I think there's plenty of ability to move this, and this is definitely like, this is not a recommendation where there are some recommendations we make in here. We think like this is just the right way to do it, and there's not a lot of other right ways to do it. We're talking about need that is far greater than total funding, and how you prioritize that need. I think as the mayor is laying out, like it's not a lack of support from home ownership to say that I want to prioritize my households at the lowest level of income. Those are just two really important goals, and figuring out how to balance them is there's no math. That's not math. So I think they're very valid one. On the point of how much subsidy does ownership take versus, extremely low income, the rental, I think that there's the challenges in some ways, I think the other way around. I actually think you can generally help more households at the higher levels. So 50 to 80, so that's not that high because they need less, it's a farther reach. That doesn't mean you shouldn't focus at the lowest levels, because the households at the lowest levels can afford to pay the less. There's the bigger gap for them to reach what the market is. And that's why they're in such dire condition. They're having to give up so much, food, healthcare, taking care of their children so that they can afford it. So it takes more per unit, but the amount of difference it makes in a household and the outcome for that household is much more, is very significant. So this is just generally an area where we do a lot of analysis on like how much the cost per unit, we put that into plan, but that doesn't always tell the full story of what's important. So
now I'm thinking about projects like PHA, CRHA when I was making that comment, and that we are not going to really be able to duplicate the number of families that those projects will house in a home ownership type capacity. So that's what.
That's absolutely correct, because you can't leverage federal money quite the same way. The federal government hasn't prioritized home ownership, whereas you can on the rental. That's absolutely correct. Yeah. As you all look at other things, one of the things that we call out in the plan, and we were pushed, this is good feedback from the community on this, is what are the homeownership tools that you can use? And I think this somewhat fits with the community land trust, but what are the homeownership tools that can be used that are beyond the standard homeownership tools? And there's often a view in the market that like a 30-year fixed rate mortgage is a natural thing, but there's nothing natural about it. It's created by the government and a bunch of regulations. It doesn't exist in other countries. And there are approaches to homeownership where you don't put as much emphasis on down payment assistance and you hold more money in reserves. So households actually have money in their bank account so they can pay for emergency expenses, as opposed to putting 10, 15, or even 3% down. Those approaches went out of style, frankly, during the foreclosure crisis, but they went out of style not because there was any indication they weren't very effective, because the data says they were. They went out of style because our country largely abandoned the concept of homeownership for low-income households, and would just encourage Charlottesville. There's many things you have to look at, and the city's been very ambitious on this, but that is an area that's important. I do think homeownership is serving households in most greatest needs is important, but homeownership is particularly important because whether we like it or not, it is where most wealth building happens in our country. And there's a bigger conversation about whether that's a good thing. The answer is it's probably not, but it is the truth of currently where you get most wealth. And the access to that has been as racist as any policy area in the U.S. history that has ever existed.
Well, and that's again where I would champion the land trust model as an opportunity. Certainly not the only tool we have, but if that's used, I think it really opens up wealth building and equity to people who would otherwise only be renting. And I know there's some controversy around, well, you're building wealth on the value of the property, but not the land, whereas full ownership is both. But I really don't view it as intention. I think both are needed, but the land trust can open up more people to wealth building who would otherwise build no wealth. It's just renting. And I know it's in the plan, but I just continue to think it's such an incredibly powerful tool. And the real final comment is, that question about rebuilding after the pandemic, I hope something that we can think about and perhaps incorporate into the comprehensive plan. It's a little sidetracked from housing alone, but thinking about community wealth building as an intentional economic development strategy, looking at organizations like communitywealth.org that are really thinking about how land trusts, co-ops, community development corporations, community development financial institutions, all are part of an ecosystem of wealth building that we really have to be intentional about building and implementing as an economic development strategy. So that's a sidetrack, but I certainly hope our conversation can move in that direction.
Well, I know it's late and I keep talking about things that we're at the approval process. One other thing I'll just call out and talk about another city we've done on the homeownership side is, so the city of Greensboro, the citizens there voted to tax themselves. They created a $25 million bond. Greensboro is a great city. It's not a particularly wealthy city, but it's a great city. And they put a lot of that money into down payment assistance. One of the challenges as we came and looked at their program, though, they did not invest in, the changes would not been made in their focus on structural racism and their focus on governance and process. And there was a real shift. They'd had a down payment assistance before the bond, but as the bond happened and they put more money out there to help households become homeownerships, who was getting the down payment assistance shifted and became wealthier and whiter, very, very clearly. And so the beneficiaries of that, so why I'm pushing homeownership, I do think one thing to keep in mind is that the mortgage market and the way credit ratings are done has real structural racism in it. And so making sure any program Charlottesville does, we're constantly looking at the numbers and saying who's getting it and being very, very intentional in the design and structure. And that's something I think Charlottesville has centered in everyone I've spoken to has talked about, and we've tried to build into our governance. Is Greensboro put this plan out with the best of intent, and everybody individually working on it had the best of intent, but the data says they still missed the mark, which to their credit, they went back and recognized and have changed and made adjustments. But that point of understanding the data and thinking about all the unintended consequences and processes is really important, because there was no ill intent there, but we still missed the mark pretty widely.
So just to go back a little bit to the point that I was trying to make before, I know that the advisory board would be able to set targets, and since it says like up to 60%, that they could say, 30 to 45, this is but I think it would be helpful for us to acknowledge as a council that we understand that the up to 30 to 60 isn't the same, and that there's a greater need in the up to 30. And is that too difficult of something for us to consider at this point?
I guess I just view it as being one of the things that's really going to come down to implementation. I know these are rough numbers, but I think like Habitat, their qualification is 60% of AMI. That's their official qualification. But the way they've been able to implement it is the average AMI of a family is something like 15 or 20% of AMI. And I think that's really going to be how it plays out, is just how we actually build a governance structure that implements it, processes the applications coming in. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, I certainly think the priority is clearly the biggest unmet need is 30% of AMI and below. 40% of this is up to 30. 80% is 60% of AMI or below, but it still could, if implemented, primarily be going to that need at 0 to 30%, if that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know if that answers your question, but I feel like the plan accommodates that potentially being how it plays out. It just comes down to how we actually do it. If we do it right, it'll accomplish that. If we don't, it won't.
Yeah.
Philip, what are your thoughts?
the question is to me, so I make sure I heard that correctly.
Yeah, I'm just saying, what are your thoughts? Do you think that, saying up to 30% gets 50% of the target allocation, do you think it's a difference, or do you think it will be could be accomplished based on where the target percentages are now?
It could be accomplished, but I would say my experience is people usually go with the full up to. So I would expect it probably ends up at 40, 40, 20, unless you push for more. I'm going to throw DC under the bus. We didn't monitor our housing production trust fund for a long time. And I love your advocate community. I know you're better than my DC advocate community, but they intentionally didn't audit it because they didn't want to call into question the program. And we were spending most of our money at 50 to 80%, even though it was in violation of the law. So one, data is critical. And two, I think you'll end up at 40, 40, 20. I don't think you'll end up lower to start with. Maybe that'll be different because you have a bunch of public housing up first, but you'll probably still end up close to 40, 40, 20. And so if you want to go lower, you should look at moving to a lower standard. You'll end up close to 40, 40, 20 because there's good things to spend it on, and it'll be inside the rules, and people will tend to do it. That's just how people tend to act. That's my experience. That, and if you don't check the numbers, you won't even get to 40, 40, 20. So check the numbers. Even people with good intent end up doing things otherwise. You just have to watch them.
Mm-hmm. So what would your recommendation be?
I recommended 40, 40, 20 because I think the home ownership stuff is important, but I'm not an elected leader in Charlottesville, and I'm not a resident. So I think there are other good levels you could set it at.
All right.
Are we ready to take a motion?
I feel like Lloyd is trying to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple things. First of all, that I really appreciate the thoroughness of the report and the wide variety of solutions that are offered. The catch, of course, is going to be in the implementation, as many people have noted. I also think that we won't really know what this is going to look like, in fact, until we see the comp plan and the zoning code rewrite and put it all together. Until then, it's all just so theoretical that it's hard for me to wrap my mind around whether a particular answer is, particularly in the land use section, is right or wrong. We're just gonna have to see the whole package. The one thing that I feel I really kind of have to say, and I'm still curious, by the way, I posed this question to you all a couple times recently. On page 107, you talk about rent control, among other things, or mainly on rent control. You say poorly designed rent regulation can harm affordability by limiting development and constrain supply, while well-designed rent regulations can provide a critical level of predictability about housing costs that increases affordability and stability. The research that I've been able to do on this, I've found plenty of research that indicates for a short term, for like 5 years or so, you can get a lot of good things from rent control, but that once you go 10, 15, 20 years down the road, it begins to be quite problematic. I have asked you all whether you can give me an example of what you term a well-designed rent regulation. And I'm just wondering whether I hadn't gotten an answer yet. I wonder whether you had one this evening.
So I apologize for the slow response, and I want to answer the question directly. There were rent regulations passed in 60s, 70s, earlier time period. Almost all of those have been shown to have harmed production, ultimately had some negative impacts on affordability. There have been so if you look at any historical analysis on this, any economist, even different political views, generally comes to the conclusion those actually end up harming affordability because they really harm production. There have been a series of more recent rent regulations. I would almost call closer to anti-gouging regulations. So California has recently passed some, New York State is moving some through some, Oregon has through some. They're all new enough, it's not clear, but they're designed with they allow for more rent increase. They don't have as complicated a process, with rent approval boards, and they don't necessarily start as soon as development happens. So I don't have an example of someone who's done a rent regulation and it's been around long enough that we can say it really worked, because they basically got passed in the 70s and they're being passed now, and we need more time. So I don't want to say that like we know that exactly the right way to do it. It is a emerging tool, but the idea that you'd set a regulation so that someone can develop a property and make a profit from it, but limit somebody else who's got an existing building and is really just speculating in the market. That's the tension the new regulations are trying to balance. And I don't know they balance it successfully, but allowing development but discouraging speculation is what they're trying to achieve. And I think that is the right mindset. We'll see whether they can actually pull it off.
Well, I ask in part purely for sort of theoretical interest, because I'm frank to say, number one, I will be off council and probably dead before Virginia authorizes rent control statutes.
You say that, but I would have told you 3 years ago that there's no way we get it through the New York legislature. But I've been very surprised. The state of Georgia, didn't pass it, but they started moving policy. I think it's unlikely, but things have moved on this more in the last 3 years than I ever thought I would see.
Well, if in fact it's going to move in that way, I would care more about quibbling with your statement, apparently not entirely supported, that well-designed rent regulations can provide a critical level of predictability, because that's actually what you just wound up saying is that's not really true. We can't prove that. We think maybe, but we can't prove it. My point, it's now almost 10 o'clock at night and I really don't want to hold things up. I don't think that the praise for rent control is justified from everything that I know, but I also firmly believe it's never going to come to a vote anytime soon. So I'm not going to hold up my support for the overall project over that one little issue. Otherwise, good report, lots of good stuff, all kinds of challenging things that we need to focus on as we figure out how to implement it. I will be really interested to see the code rewrite, really interested to see the comp plan, and then we'll begin to figure out just what we have wrought. Thank you.
There have been recent academic studies about rent control, and in some cases it comes down to who's benefiting versus not. So some low-income, longer-term residents benefit at the expense of newer incoming residents. But in any case, I know we have a lot more to get to. Do we feel like we're ready for a motion to approve it? Are there any suggestions for amendments or changes to the plan?
Just the one I had.
To shift to 50% of 30 and below. I would be comfortable with that. I looked at the Orange Dot report again, and 57% of families who can't afford basic necessities are at that level, a little bit above it, but that's clearly, as we all know, the biggest need and the hardest to meet. So I would be comfortable shifting that as a bigger priority.
My only real reservation is that I'm not sure that I know in practice how we would end up implementing that. And I'm not sure that I can see how I would act differently under one standard versus under another standard. So I'm personally content to go with what our experts are recommending, but I'm also, like I said, I don't know how I would act differently one way or the other. So I'm not going to oppose it if anybody wants that to be changed because you feel it's particularly important.
I guess my just concern is just the conversation around the balance of making sure that we still ensure that home ownership is reflected as a priority. And what I was hearing from Philip is that this is the recommended balance that just allows us to the recommended proportions that allow us to strike that balance. And I just know a lot of community conversations and a lot of advocacy was put forward for that as well. And so I'm more hesitant to make a change after I know that we've looked at this thing 4 different times as a council and we're at the finish line here to at least try to endorse it. I'm just more hesitant about making that kind of a change this late in the game, given how much engagement there was around and support for that balance to have the home ownership be well represented.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about the home ownership piece. I'm inclined to agree with you there.
So we don't have to change that bracket. We would just be changing the up to 60%. That would be decreasing if we just focused on the 50.
Well, it sounds like it's split to.
Is there a particular page or some place that we're looking at changing? I
I'm
really
on
didn't understand that last
55,
comment.
page
55?
55. Mhm.
So what are you saying that doesn't affect the middle?
So what we're saying, so again, there could be home ownership at every level, but if we're looking at the up to 80% AMI, which were some of the conversations surrounding that we're at, even though I know organizations like Habitat and all of those are definitely under, we would still be placing a greater emphasis on the up to 30% AMI. If we switch that just to 40%, from the 40% to 50, and then move down to 30% and 20.
So it's just 20, 30, 50.
Any thoughts, experts?
Same thing is, I think that's a reasonable change. I don't think that will, so what I hear you saying is 20% still goes to 80, up to 80, 30% goes to up to 60, or are you changing that to 50?
So I think it should be 50, but that is what we were.
I thought you were saying that the lowest up to 30 should be 50.
So I was staying within the targeted allocation percentage columns because it seemed like it was too challenging for us to handle both columns. But I do think that ultimately we would do that up to 50, but I'm comfortable with leaving the income level served where they are and
But
just
allocating more funding. Okay, so 20% goes up to 80, so you can still do your own homeownership program. 30% goes up to 60, and 50% goes up to, so really you're just shifting a little bit from 60% down to, that's not going to stop you from funding anything you wanted to fund, because you still have money that can help with tax credit development. I
support it. I mean, it's just.
I think that would work, and I don't see any downsides to doing it that way at all.
I was also just confused with the up to percentages. There's different columns were confusing me too. So I'm understanding, as long as there's not concern with us not being able to do all the things we want to try to do or trying to accomplish here, then I have no objection.
And now that I see the page we're talking about, I can understand a little bit better. I'm okay with it. I'll say quite honestly, I really don't think I'm going to understand how it makes a difference in a vote I'm going to cast later on down the road. But it's a good statement to make, and it's a worthy objective. Let's try it.
All right, so I move that we adopt a resolution to endorse an affordable housing plan for the city of Charlottesville, with the one amendment around the target allocation percentages to reflect the 20, 30, 50.
Second.
Do we need to specify particular page numbers, or just leave it at that and rely on our experts to produce a copy that is consistent with that directive?
Under the funding targeting for income targeting, I have a different version than you all on my page number, so.
Yeah, so that should be sufficient. The motion that was made.
Okay. It may show up in more than one place. I don't know. Do you know, Philip?
On the final draft, it's on 55.
Right.
It's also in the executive summary, so it shows up once in more details in the back. So we'll
so long as somebody figures it out.
We can go through the document and find out. We gave you all a rather long housing plan, so I don't want to say that I know every page for sure.
Okay.
But we can get it sorted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Was there a second?
There was.
Okay. All right. Ms. Thomas.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Payne,
Yes.
Councillor Snook,
Yes.
Right. So that carries 4-0. Thank you all for all your work, to the consulting team on this. And this is promising because we've been trying to get here for some years. So this is a good first step.
Does this mean Philip and Sarah, you get to exit left? Like you get to stay later to us? Or will we see you again?
We will show up again anytime Jenny or Code Studio asks us to join conversations, because we don't want to, but we are exiting stage left in terms of our contract.
Well, thank you so much for all your work and your partnership.
We really enjoyed working with Charlottesville and the city and the council, and appreciate the level of engagement. I mean that sincerely, that the engagement and the involvement has been a lot, but also really helpful, because it means we're working on something that people actually care about and is actually going to happen, which is, when you're still working at 10 o'clock on Monday night, you started significantly earlier in the day, it's good to know at least you're working on something that actually matters. Thank you all for hiring us.
Thank you all.
Thanks. All right, next up, we have the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan, one reading.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So, Mayor, Council, tonight you'll be taking action to amend the city's comprehensive plan to include the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan. This plan has been years in the making, with the driving principle of community engagement, empowering the neighborhood residents to drive the process. Before turning things over to the Thomas Jefferson Planning District for their presentation, I would like to give a special thank you to Carmelita Wood, President of the Fifield Neighborhood Association, who you heard from tonight, and Sarah Malpass with the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan Think Tank, and everyone who participated in the planning process. This includes the residents and business owners in the Fifield neighborhood who came to many, many meetings, open houses, think tanks, gatherings, and neighbors' front porches. If anyone is interested in seeing the list of over 30 engagement events, please see Chapter 2 of the plan, or page 6 and 7 of staff's report to the Planning Commission during the public hearing. As I stated back at the public hearing to the Planning Commission on January 12th, I would also like to give a special thanks to the staff at the Thomas Jefferson Planning District, and especially Mr. Nick Morrison. We all know one of the hardest parts in creating a plan like this is community engagement and feedback. I don't have the final budget numbers for the planning process in front of me. The Director of NDS is here and probably can provide that information if needed. But whatever the amount was does not cover the amount of work that Mr. Morrison put in. To gain the community's trust, Mr. Morrison was embedded with the community. For 2 years, he was a part of every front porch conversation, walking tour, door knocking effort, cookout, open house, neighborhood meeting, and work session. It is this effort and the hard work from the members of the community that the planning process was a success. In a moment, the TJPDC will give a presentation, and you have already heard from many members of the public tonight during matters by the public. After the presentation, you will have a chance to ask questions and hold a discussion prior to voting on the resolution found in your packet. One aspect I would like to point out is how this plan ties into the other major planning processes going on in the city at this time. Mainly the update to the comprehensive plan, the housing strategy, which we just talked about, and the zoning rewrite. The Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan, if adopted, is a high-level policy document that will help with the completion of these other documents, most notably the zoning rewrite. The Small Area Plan is a vision document for the neighborhood by the neighborhood. Although the plan has many actionable items, it is not an ordinance. One area where the plan will have an immediate impact is how the zoning code is rewritten. If the small area plan is adopted into the city's comprehensive plan, the consultants will be able to use that plan along with additional community engagement to update the city's zoning code. I'm sure you'll have questions and comments, but now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nick Morrison with the Thomas Jefferson Planning District for a short presentation.
Hey, thanks, Matt. I certainly appreciate the introduction. Brian, I've got the presentation. I don't know if I'm able to share. Hold it up. Perfect. So just wanted to provide just kind of a quick high-level overview of the planning process and then turn it over to you all for comments and discussion. But next slide, please. So why now? When we think of the planning process, why is it important? that we have this small area plan. So this list here kind of succinctly demonstrates that the pressure of displacement, particularly of longtime residents and the need for affordable housing, traffic stresses on the neighborhood, particularly on the commercial corridor, development underway on both east and west ends of the commercial corridor, along with large numbers of vacant lots with development potential, and most importantly, the ability to utilize the groundwork laid by the Fifeville Neighborhood Association in their visioning report done in 2016. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the study area, when we initially brought into the fold with this planning process, we were looking at primarily that commercial corridor of Cherry Avenue between Ridge and the intersection of Roosevelt Brown Boulevard. But through conversations with the neighborhood, it became really noted that it was going to be more important to think in a greater sense and to look at the entire Fifeville neighborhood within this study area. So that's what you see here. So all of the recommendations are, again, looking at the neighborhood in full as opposed to just that commercial corridor. Next slide, please. So with that, the intent of the plan was to set a clear vision for Cherry Avenue and the surrounding Fifeville neighborhood. And to do that by making recommendations for making that vision happen, and then helping to guide the actions of city officials and community stakeholders. Next slide, please. So to do that, as Matt touched on, and then you heard from Carmelita, Nathan, and Sarah, we did a pretty extensive community engagement effort throughout this, this planning process. So we started with the Cherry Avenue think tank, which was made up of members of the Fifeville Neighborhood Association that really guided this process. So over the course of the project, we had 16 meetings with them. We also held 4 open house style events, one in March of 2018 to kind of kick off the process, where we invited longtime residents of the neighborhood to come and share their history, and had members from the UVA community to be able to record all of those sessions and then provide transcripts of that. In 2018, in August of 2018, we did another community open house, kind of in the middle of the planning process to report back out. And in September of 2019, and then in December of 2019, with the final recommendations in the draft plan for review from the community. We also did a series of focus groups with transportation officials, education leaders, business owners, and then youth from the Abundant Life youth group, to try and build even more engagement and consensus around some of the issues that were pressing within the neighborhood. But I think one of the most important engagement pieces that we did came from the recommendation of one of the think tank members, which was front porch discussions. These were informal conversations that we had literally on people's front porches throughout the summer of 2018 to really provide kind of an informal dialogue between staff and the community. And that led to some really great insight, from us, and a lot of that turned into recommendations that you'll see in the final plan. And did also attend 5 Fifeville Neighborhood Association meetings over the course of the project. And the pictures here show the think tank on top, one of the open house events there in the middle, and then the bottom picture is one of the front porch discussions that we tied into with the Abundant Life picnic. Next slide, please. So through all of that engagement, the community developed this neighborhood vision that Cherry Avenue will be a vibrant mixed-use area that supports a diverse, thriving Fifeville community. New development and investment on Cherry Avenue and throughout the neighborhood will build a sense of community between longtime and newer residents and be accessible to residents at the most vulnerable end of the socioeconomic scale. Next slide, please. To achieve that vision, the neighborhood laid out a set of goals to achieve that. So we start with rebuilding and strengthening the sense of belonging, inclusion, and community in Fifeville, lifting up and preserving Fifeville's legacy of African-American leadership and highlighting Fifeville's unique sense of place as a culturally diverse neighborhood, ensuring that local land use laws encourage a vibrant mixed-use corridor along Cherry Avenue, while at the same time respecting the existing lower density historic housing forms, ensuring that low-income residents, people of color, and generational residents are able to remain in Fifeville and benefit from neighborhood investments, and to invest in empowerment and upward mobility for neighborhood residents at the most vulnerable end of the socioeconomic scale. Next slide. Continuing on with those goals, to foster an inclusive and welcoming community through keeping, placemaking, and beautification, encouraging new development that advances equity, is financially and socially accessible to residents, and represents Fifeville. Provide a safe and more connected community that creates access and opportunity for residents. Provide a transportation network that prioritizes safety and mobility for residents, and then finally to increase health and well-being for all neighborhood residents. Next slide, please. So through those goals and the outreach and community feedback that we received throughout the plan was divided into these 6 main categories of placekeeping and community building, economic development, housing, land use, transportation, and parks and recreation. And through those, the recommendations kind of came into those 6 categories. They were vetted through 2 technical committee meetings with staff and the community stakeholders, and then again through a final presentation to the public back in December of 2019. Throughout the summer and fall of 2020, we created a prioritization rubric for trying to provide a little bit more digestible recommendation list for those recommendations. Next slide, please. So to do that, we developed a tiered system. And this is just an example of how we did that. Tier 1 recommendations were ranked high by the neighborhood in that public engagement back in December 2019. And they were also recommendations that could be realized and implemented in the short term. And there's definitions as to what that short term time frame would be in the plan. Also, anything that was identified as an easy win by the community was moved up into that ranking. Tier 2 recommendations tended to rank high as priorities from the neighborhood, but maybe had longer implementation or realization timeframes. And then Tier 3 recommendations were those that were ranked lower in priority by the neighborhood and also had longer timeframes for implementation and realization. And obviously there's pluses and minuses to that sort of schema that we attached to that recommendation list. But again, we thought this was a pretty good attempt to provide a list that, there's a lot of recommendations within this plan. It really makes it pretty user-friendly for both the community and stakeholders and staff to be able to go through and have those metrics and feedback loops for the recommendations. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of what we're kind of talking about in terms of implementation timeframes, realization timeframes. So an implementation timeframe would be, how long it would take for the responsible entity to execute that identified recommendation. The realization timeframe would be how long it would take for the goals of that recommendation to be realized. Anything that would fall into that short-term category would be less than 1 year up to 3 years, and anything in that longer-term timeframe would be 3 or more years to complete. So that just provides kind of a basic of what we created for those recommendations. Next slide, please. And then this just highlights an example in the plan of what that tiered recommendation list looks like. So you've got the recommendation, the ranking from the neighborhood, the implementation and realization timeframes, and the responsible entity. So is that the city, is it NDS, is that the community, the neighborhood association? So again, just making sure that there's that accountability built into that team. Next slide, please. And with that, I think the bulk of the interest is to be able to answer any sort of questions and have any sort of open discussion. So I'll happy to do that.
All right, thank you. Counselors, any questions?
No, and I know we have still the big budget item to get to, but I've I've followed this. I've been able to attend a couple of the meetings. I feel like it was a year ago I read like the full plan, so it's definitely been a long time coming. But I think it's really a model for community engagement. I think this should and really could be a model for how we think about development and think about how we could replicate this process in other areas facing gentrification and displacement efforts. In the only questions I have, which is just how do we make sure we actually implement it and don't just have it sit on a shelf. But again, I think it's a really strong document that hopefully can really be a model for us going forward.
Yeah, my only things are just like Michael was saying, just like with the last topic we covered, like what are those, few things we need to do on the short term just to ensure that this will be a plan that's followed, obviously tonight by just adopting that's going to be part of the comprehensive plan. But I remember during the year that I ran for office, just going to neighborhood association meetings and just seeing the energy from this group, even before I think it was a formally approved task to go out and do, but you could just tell that there was a really engaged group of community members that just really wanted to participate heavily in this process. And obviously with your leadership, Nick, I think it's just been a huge success and a model for the future, as Mr. Payne said. So thank you all for the work, but I'm saying that to the community as well as to the support of the TJPDC to get this. I mean, it's just such a comprehensive and thorough plan, and just really I give you and everyone involved so much credit. Thank you. But if you do have a couple of thoughts on, what are the key steps for us in this most immediate term, I'd take those answers.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think, one of the main things I think Sarah and Carmelita touched on when they spoke in the public comment period was that, we built these relationships with, with residents in the neighborhood over the 2+ years that we've been involved in the project. And they've been able to, again, build the momentum around some of the recommendations that are in the plan already. I mean, the work that they've done to connect Greenstone on 5th to Tonsler Park is a really model of taking some of those maybe easier win categories in the recommendations of the plan and really bringing those to fruition through a lot of the engagement, that we were a part of, which I think is a great model for them to move forward. I guess I would say that the way that we kind of develop that recommendation list, I hope makes those a little bit more easy to kind of follow, and then provide sort of like a metric check for the neighborhood to be able to go through and kind of say, okay, this has been accomplished. This is on our list, and throughout their meeting process, they can those kind of responsible entities accountable for some of those recommendations and moving the plan forward. I think one of the important things too is to make sure that they're plugged in, they being the neighborhood, to that zoning rewrite process, along with the comprehensive plan. Our document is pretty high level. It doesn't get into the level of specificity that those subject matter experts would develop. So I think just making sure that line of communication is open as that process continues and as ours kind of wraps up, to really take the groundwork that was laid in this planning process and keep moving that forward.
You may have just kind of answered the question, but I'm curious about the plan and what the planning process has developed for a sense of what should be happening with the fairly large parking lot areas on Cherry Avenue. I mean, there have been folks who have talked about that area as being one of the largest areas that could possibly be developed for multifamily housing, for example. Yet I have the impression that the overall idea of the plan is to say, we've got enough density, let's not try to cram more units into this area. And I first of all, am I reading the sort of the overall approach correctly here?
I think so. I mean, I think kind of the struggle with this or any planning process is how do you, there's the obvious need for affordability, but, residents cited the density along specifically West Main and how that kind of the height and density of that really led to this kind of feeling of being encroached upon. So, we certainly understand the need for,
I hope there's a middle ground.
Yeah, providing additional units, but how do you do that in a way that kind of contextualizes that to some of those lower density forms, especially in single family R1 zoned neighborhoods between West Main and Cherry. I think there's the understanding that that's kind of prime real estate and that there are developers that are interested, but how do you make sure that the community is involved in that development process? I think they would probably not like to see 7-story buildings or, allowable under the zoning code, but, Matt developed this really great zoning game using colored blocks to be able to kind of show what sort of density and affordability comes through kind of this interactive approach to sort of take kind of the, demystify the zoning process. And I think that was a great kind of start to understanding and having that dialogue. In terms of like a particular use, there's in the plan itself, there's a use matrix rubric, I think, that of specific uses that the neighborhood would like to see. So in terms, I think that's, I don't have the specific page number in front of me, but it does highlight, uses that they would like to see that are lacking in their community. Obviously there's constraints to, to some of those things, but.
And also, as I recall, the uses that are identified, I remember in particular, I think that's where I saw the discussion of, let's try to get a supermarket in there or some grocery store that, so we don't have to go down to Food Lion to buy food and so on. But that doesn't really address the sort of the broader question of these, 6 or 7 acres worth of parking lots that are probably, if I'm looking 10 years down the road, those aren't going to be parking lots. What are they going to be? And what's the neighborhood and what's the plan talking about them as being?
Yeah, I think, we don't identify any sort of like specific, uses for those sites. Now in the, there's that development analysis within the plan that looks at, based under the current zoning, what could theoretically be built on some of those vacant sites. And you're starting to get, 5-story buildings or so. Again, it doesn't dictate a specific use. And I think the visualization in the plan to show, currently what's allowable, is that consistent with what the community's vision is for the Cherry Avenue corridor. And I think they would argue that, no, that's not what they, in an ideal, want to see along that corridor.
The report also talks about the phrase is used, placekeeping, or sometimes you talk about placemaking. And one commenter in our emails to us talked about peacemaking. I assume he meant placemaking. But what's the sense, if you had to describe the sense of place that that folks feel for that, let's say the area on Cherry Avenue between Ridge and Roosevelt Brown, how would we describe that sense of place?
Yeah, I mean, I think in its current form, there's probably not as much within that particular corridor as you'd see elsewhere in the neighborhood. I mean, I think, talking to the residents, one thing that they cited time and time again was, the amenity of Tonsler Park there and how important that is to the community. And I think, trying to increase that sort of, those connections, along the sidewalks there from the neighborhood to something like Tonsler Park would be something that would be, ideal. And how do you promote sort of that form and interaction between any sort of new development and its interaction with, the street level and pedestrians? I think there's, people that, obviously want to make sure that any sort of new development is not, going to really take away from the character that they see from their neighborhood. So things that, maybe you would see along West Main Street, is probably not something that they would want to see within that corridor in terms of, just not speaking, I guess, to some of those more historic kind of housing forms within the neighborhood. I don't know if that answers the question specifically.
Well, and maybe there isn't an answer. Maybe it just sort of has to develop as development develops. Yeah. We'll see. Thank you. That's all.
that. I think it speaks to the importance of getting a land bank up. I think some of those undeveloped areas that are just lots would be huge opportunities for, if it's possible, that land bank would then create the ability for the community to have more control over the development. And also, I think this conversation about, the density there highlights the importance of when we're talking about this, upzoning around the city, really thinking about that history of racial covenants and redlining and the impacts that's had in, neighborhoods like this versus, Greenbrier or other areas that, prevented development and then pushed all the density into these neighborhoods historically.
Right. Are there any other comments or questions?
See that Ms. Malpass had her hand raised.
It's not a public.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure that she was part of the presentation group, but.
Okay.
Nick, would you consider Sarah part of the presentation group? I just wasn't sure if.
If Sarah is a member of the think tank, she's not on the official presentation for tonight, but she was integral in this planning process. I would consider her a very strong member of the team, but I would leave that up to you all for.
Just if we do it, just know that there were hands up in other places.
We can move on. I knew that she was part of the team and certainly had been in these materials. And so that's all I brought it up for. I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay. Thank you all for the work. I attended, it's been probably a couple of years ago at Tonsler since I've been, to a meeting, but I know that a lot of work has gone into it. And I think the one meeting that I did attend, I was able to get one of the last remaining homeowners to come to the meeting that hadn't, been engaged, and of course, very concerned about the displacement that has happened over the decades in that community, and that, he had renovated his mother's house and moved in. And so it's very important that we figure out, how to make sure that these plans are done well and done right, and that, families who have traditionally lived in those areas can stay if they choose, and most of them would like the opportunity to, still call home. So I'm glad that Ms. Wood has been very present and attentive during this process. And I hope that because we don't control the land and what can happen to it, but that we prevent, and that future councils make sure that like with the hotel on the corner, that when neighbors speak up and out about what they don't want in their communities, that we vote accordingly. Was there a second?
I haven't made the motion yet. I move we adopt the resolution to approve an amendment to the comprehensive plan for the city of Charlottesville to include the Cherry Avenue small area plan.
I'll second the motion.
Mayor
Ms.
Walker,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Payne,
Yes.
Councillor Snook,
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That carries 4-0. Thank you all for your work. And thank you to the community members who've, played an integral role in making sure that this process happens in this way. Next up, we're almost there. We're not, but anyway, it's nice to say it. Honorary street designation requests and policy discussions, one reading. Is there a staff lead here?
Mayor Walker, this is a continuation of the discussion from your last council meeting. I don't believe there was a prepared report tonight. This is continuation.
Okay. So we need to discuss whether we wanted to move forward with the other street designations and then a policy discussion on the policy changes that were recommended. In terms of council, is anybody here ready to lead that discussion, or is there maybe a consensus to table this till the next meeting and then pick it up there?
I mean, I would be fine tabling it. I think where I would be at is I'm comfortable with the staff or the recommendations about the policy changes. Don't really have much to change. When it comes to the street names, I would right now be in support of the Gregory Swanson Way. Henry Martin Way is just still a question mark of, that request didn't come from someone in the neighborhood. I haven't seen any engagement with or from the neighborhood in support of it. And then that question around the sister city's name, I don't think street was picked yet. So that's sort of where I'm at, but I'm happy to table the discussion.
I'm in the same boat in terms of, and I do think that I'm very much aligned with the policy recommendations that have been put in attachment 1. And I think that we should just be figuring out, I don't know that it's the next meeting we're going to, but if there is broad alignment with those recommendations, can we have our staff work on, developing, more of a fleshed out policy around these recommendations, and that we get on this kind of more annual cycle of reviewing names. And then relative to the application review, I also agree that the one being Gregory Swanson Way, I'd be in support of taking a vote on tonight. But the others, I feel that we need to get some additional information, both in terms of the location as well as confirming the neighborhood support. So I just agree. And I think that I just don't know that we have to pump it to just the next meeting. I think that we can determine a timeout in the future. Maybe it's beyond the next meeting, but to really kind of formally take an action on this policy, a more formalized policy that will be coming from staff.
Yeah, and I would like to give the community more than the annual option of presenting a street name.
I'm sort of, as I said, when I think I was the person who suggested we refer this to the HRC, the other HRC now, we've talked about both of them tonight, but largely because it doesn't seem to me, it's the kind of thing that if we let it, it could just eat up our docket. That we could be in and talking about this every week, every month. And I don't know whether it's once every 6 months or once every 1 year. I don't know, but I just think while we ought to be considering these kinds of things, I don't know that we need to spend that much time, given all the other issues we've got to discuss, like budgets and police budgets and police practices and all the other kinds of things that we're discussing. So I would prefer that we have a policy that involves, frankly, more staff time, perhaps, and less time from us as we try to get a better handle on our own docket.
But this has come up recently. It didn't come up a lot before last year. And so I think if we have a better policy and then staff has clear direction, and then when names are presented, that we vote on them, and hopefully with this policy, we wouldn't push it to the Historic Resource Committee again. So then it should just be a clear process. The names would come before us, we would vote on them, and these would be the guidelines.
One decision I think we ought to make at some point is whether we want to have temporary or permanent honorary street names. Maybe that's something the staff would give us a recommendation on, but ultimately that's a policy decision I suppose we ought to make.
Well, I think it's saying that that option will be presented by the applicant when they complete the application. So then we'll know what they're requesting. So you're saying to also have staff maybe?
Well, I think we need to decide, because at this point, we don't have a temporary honorary street name. At this point, the only policy we've got is for honorary street names, presumably in perpetuity. Now, of course, they could always be changed, but they are what they are until they're changed. So the suggestion in paragraph 2 of attachment 1 to provide options for temporary, perhaps 1 to 5 years, or permanent honorary street names as specified by the applicant, I strongly suspect that every applicant is going to say, give me a permanent street name. Unless we've got some basis for deciding at the council level that we have a preference for one or the other.
Again, I'm comfortable with the recommendations that are in the report. I don't have any discussion or changes. I do feel like we can just get in the weeds about it forever to like nitpick random things. I don't know if other counselors feel comfortable endorsing the recommendations or if we just want to put that off to another meeting, but.
Which recommendations are you talking about, Michael? Attachment 1?
Yeah.
Because there's also attachment 3 has other related recommendations. Attachment 2, application review recommendations. So just want to make sure I know what you're talking about.
Attachment 1. Attachment 3.
I'm sorry?
Attachment 2 and attachment 3, and I read them as being able to be clear enough to be incorporated, in the process.
1 and 3, right?
1 and 3?
1 and 3, and then you're saying to vote on number 3 of 2.
Gregory Swanson Way.
Yeah. And the only thing I'm asking for 1 is that would you all consider having a biannual review process versus an annual, or do you want to leave it at annual?
I'm really agnostic on it. I don't have strong feelings, so I'm fine to have it be biannual.
Mayor Walker, when you speak of staff, is it specified which staff would handle this process?
Where did I say staff?
Well, you were saying for staff to come back with a final version of a proposal for the policy.
Oh, no, I was thinking earlier that if we were going to, because it was staff leading the discussion. That's what I was asking at the beginning of the conversation, but we just delved right in, so it's fine. I think we're going to resolve everything right now, it seems like.
Okay, just thinking that there are several different departments that are involved, so just who would take the lead is what I'm asking, really.
Okay. I think we should, if we are going with the voting on attachment, the policy review recommendation, and then the other related recommendation, there will be something that we would leave, I guess, up to Mr. Boyles, create a special naming commission, those type of things. They're going to take a little bit more of staff, but time. But Chip can set that up based on if we are going to vote. It was just identify other buildings other than streets to consider naming and things like that.
So I just, if I can jump in 1 second, I just want everybody to understand there exists a formal city council approved policy from 2011 that deals with honorary street names. This council memo has a number of recommendations. Well, it won't actually change the policy. So if you all say we'd like to accept all the recommendations, somebody still has to do the work of going back and preparing a revised policy document that says, for example, create a mechanism to encourage greater geographical distribution. Somebody's got to write a policy that creates that mechanism.
So could we have the policy updated to review at a future meeting?
Well, certainly at a future meeting, but I think part of that is what Ms. Thomas is getting at. There are a number of recommendations in here, which may be great recommendations, but the devil's in the details, and this doesn't necessarily prescribe how you would do some of these things. So you may need somebody to take the lead, but there may be 2 or 3 different departments that are going to have to work together to actually make some of the decisions that are called for by these recommendations.
So it sounds like then, Mr. Boyles, you would take this and then we would get an updated policy to vote on. Is that what you're saying, Ms. Robertson?
Yes, yes. This in and of itself isn't going to update your policy, which is more process driven.
Okay, so then we'll have that on a future agenda.
That's right.
Tonight for council, we're the attachment 2, the Gregory Swanson Way on attachment 2 is what we could move forward with tonight.
Yes, and there's a recommendation in your, a resolution in your packet on page 77 of the PDF, 77 of 115. And so if you want to proceed with Gregory Swanson Way, somebody could make a motion to adopt that resolution minus paragraph 1.
Okay.
Okay. How does everybody feel about that?
So we're going to have a policy that's going to be worked on among staff for a future meeting, not the next meeting, that will be attached, basically going after some of these recommendations that have come from, all the recommendations have come from the Historic Resources Committee. We'll address that another time, but tonight we'll go ahead and take a vote on approving an honorary street name designation for Gregory Swanson Way.
I'm comfortable with that.
So am I.
All right.
All right, thanks, Ms. Thomas, Ms. Robertson. Okay, so is there a motion?
I move we adopt a resolution to approve the honorary street name designations for 3rd Street Northeast between East High and East Main Street shall temporarily be given the honorary name Gregory Swanson Way until such time as the Commonwealth of Virginia can mark the location of this historically significant court case with a permanent state marker.
Second.
Okay. Any for further discussion? And I made comments about this in the beginning when this name was brought up, and I still feel the same in regards. There was the Ms. Anderson's and Mr. Gathers petition for Black Lives Matter. And then there was a lot of members of the community who brought up the Gregory Swanson Way when we were trying to figure out how to honor local members of the community by members of the community who had a very local presence. If that, I know that wasn't very clear, but and since there's already been an initiative to honor at the library, places like that, which is on the attachment 3 of making sure that we honor individuals. I just thought that this could be a more thoughtful process and that we could have, given this recognition to another member presence in the community. So just wanted to state that before the vote. All right, Ms. Thomas.
Mayor Walker,
No.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Payne,
Yes.
Councillor Snook,
Yes.
That carries 3-1. Thank you. All right, next up, we have the city manager's presentation for the fiscal year 22 city budget. I'll turn it over to Mr. Boyles.
Okay. And if Mr. Wheeler, I think we'll pull up a presentation for us. There we go. Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me to present to you the city manager's proposed budget for fiscal year 2022. It's very hard for me to call this the city manager's budget when the budget team, department heads, and budget office are the ones who've worked for months in preparing this balanced budget during a time of such uncertainty and with such budgetary constraints. I did get the opportunity to begin to work with the team even before my first day 2 weeks ago, but have spent more time learning than helping. COVID-19 restrictions have had an immediate and severe impact on economic activity in the city, particularly in the restaurant, retail, and hospitality sectors. The reduction in commerce has reduced sales, meals, and lodging tax collections, 3 of the city's top 5 revenue sources. While sales tax is only down slightly, meals, lodging tax are down considerably as discretionary spending and travel remain curtailed. The city's unemployment rate spiked in April 2020 to a high of 10.7%, and by year end, it has returned to 4%. On the next slide, I do want to bring a highlight to some of our budgeting process, and I'm very proud to be able to announce that the city's budget presentation from fiscal year 21 received the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. This is the 19th consecutive award and the 28th time overall for the city winning this award with our budget team. This year, it was scored proficient and outstanding in all of our categories. Very, very happy to present this to you on behalf of the budget team. The next slide, we start to give an overview of the overall budget. The total general fund budget of $190,689,000 represents a negative 0.26% decrease from the FY21 budget. Even with falling revenues, staff believe now is certainly not the time to raise any taxes, so real estate taxes remain constant at 95 cents per 100 assessed value and keeping all other tax rates the same as fiscal year 21. General fund expenditures match the general fund revenues, and it's a result of a $4 million in new departmental requests that are not being recommended for funding. Despite high vacancy rates across the city, and there we go, thanks. Not all is bad. 2020 saw continued levels of investment in new commercial construction totaling over $73 million. And several major construction projects were completed over the course of the year, including the Quirk Hotel, 600 West Main, residential apartment complex, and phase 1 of the Dairy Central Development's office space and food hall. In addition to these, 2 major commercial developments continued construction in 2020, and a third actually commenced construction after the start of the pandemic. Collectively, these 3 projects will add over 400,000 square feet of Class A office space to the market within the next year. Upon completion, the projects also represent a significant annual addition to the tax base at a time when other sources may continue to be below normal levels. As we put together the FY22 proposed budget, we focused on these themes of affordable housing, preserving and enhancing quality services, investing in our employees, supporting our schools, maintaining an efficient and effective organization, and of course, meeting the council's priorities. All decisions were made with these principles in mind. And our budget analysts, Ryan and Chrissy, will walk you through the details of the proposed FY22 budget and will also answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Chip. Thank you, Mr. Boyles. So now we're going to briefly go over some of the details for the 22 proposed budget. We're going to start with the revenues. And this chart shows the overall breakout of where the city receives its revenues from. As you can see, the largest portion at over 74% comes from our local taxes, including real estate, meals, and sales. As Mr. Boyles mentioned, for FY22 proposed budget, we're not proposing to increase the tax rates on any of our local taxes, not real estate, sales, meals, lodging. We're maintaining all of those tax rates and keep them level from FY21. Then you'll see our next largest category, excuse me, is our charges for services such as waste disposal, parks and rec revenue, court revenue, followed by intergovernmental licenses and permits, and then the county portion, the operating portion of the city-county revenue sharing. Next slide. We'll go over the overall revenue projections in a little more detail at our work session on Thursday, but we just wanted to highlight a few of the major revenues. More specifically, some of those revenues we've been discussing with council at our monthly financial updates. The first one we're going to look at is real estate. And we're proposing to keep the tax rate level at 95 cents per $100 of assessed value. And this results in an approximately $1.9 million increase over the FY21 adopted budget. And this is based on increasing assessments, new constructions increasing, and then some slight decrease in the commercial assessments. Next slide. So next is meals tax. This is the first of our several consumer-driven revenues. The meals tax collections have continued to show improvement through the first several months of FY21, but are still not projected. We're still not projecting them to reach the pre-COVID monthly collection rates until after the end of FY21. The 22 projection is approximately $12.8 million. And while this is a decrease of almost $1.5 million from the FY21 budget, it actually represents an increase of approximately $2.7 million from the most recent revised FY21 forecast that we've shared with council. As you'll notice with a lot of several of the consumer-driven revenues, there's a decrease from the adopted budget to the proposed budget. However, if you look at that column there in between those two, the most recent revised projections, you see we are projecting some growth and some improvement. So while it's not, as Mr. Boyce said, it's not all bleak, we are seeing some improvement. It's just from the adopted to the proposed, it's not nearly as big a jump as we've seen in past years. Next slide. Sales. This is one of those revenue sources that didn't experience as deep a decline as some of the other consumer-driven city revenues due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And it is actually expected to return to the pre-COVID monthly collections before the end of FY22. So this is one where we're seeing consistent good performance and are continuing to see that improvement throughout the course of the year. Next slide. Personal property tax. It's projecting to decrease by about just shy of $60,000. And this is largely due to fewer motor vehicle sales and the associated values of those vehicles within the city. Next one. Lodging tax. This is another one of those major revenues that was severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We're projecting $5 million for FY22, and that's an over 20% decrease from what was in the FY21 adopted budget. Pre-COVID, lodging tax is one of the top 6 revenue sources in the city. And now, although the collections were continuing to show improvement through the first beginning of the fiscal year, we're still not projecting, this is another one, we're not projecting to reach pre-COVID monthly collection rates until after the end of 22 and actually well into the fiscal year 23 on this particular item. Next. The last revenue we're going to talk about real quickly is the business license revenue. It's decreasing by about $175,000 from what was in the FY21 adopted budget and revised budget. This is a result of the decline in the gross receipts for the local businesses. While we are expecting to see some better returns in fiscal year 22 than the collections that we're going to see in fiscal year 21, the uncertainty of what the final FY21 collections would result in is what resulted in that decreased projection for 22. Ironically, those taxes were actually due today, So hopefully by the end of next week or the week after that, we'll have a really good idea of what our F121 collections look like. And if we need to adjust any future projections for this revenue, we can bring those back to you as we go through the budget process and have further discussions with City Council. And with that, I'm going to now turn it over to Chrissy to discuss some of the expenditure highlights for the 22 budget.
Thanks, Ryan. So taking a look at the pie, we've talked about this a lot when we looked at the CIP. The general fund, like the revenues, is broken out into several different categories. Contribution to schools being one of the bigger considerations here. And then basically a subcategory of by departments and those categories within there. Next slide, please. Strategic plan, we've talked about this a lot over the course of the last few months. Again, Ryan and Mr. Boyles referenced this in their presentations, that the budget throughout different pieces and parts of the budget, we do denote the alignment with the current strategic plan. And you'll see these throughout the document, you will see these icons to indicate those parts of the plan. So as one priority of affordable housing, this budget makes a significant investment in affordable housing. A lot of what you talked about tonight as well. In the 22 budget, there is $6.5 million in FY22 and over $38.5 million over the 5 years. There is for 22, that's broken down as for $1.5 million for public housing redevelopment. $925,000 is for CAF. Again, the CAF is the competitive process that provides opportunities for assistance with home ownership. Home rehab is part of this, and energy conservation is also part of this process this year. The supplemental rental assistance is still fully funded at the $900,000, and hearing your questions earlier, when we meet on Thursday, we'll get an update for you on the status of those as well. And then again, there's $1.1 million for Friendship Court that comes as part of the funding process in the 22 budget. Next, please. On racial equity, this budget includes $225,000 for in new funding for the Deputy City Manager for Race, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. It continues to fund the Home to Hope program and the Food Equity program. In addition, it continues to support the city's minority business program and the Office of Human Rights. Next, please. Through our Department of Economic Development, we are continuing the workforce development programs, many of the Growing Opportunity programs that we know about, the Downtown Job Center, and the staff of that office is continuing to do work related to entrepreneurship and helping businesses. They did a lot of programs with the CARES funds this year as well. Next, please. For safety and security, this budget includes an additional $200,000 for the Civilian Review Board, which fully funds the executive director position and other necessary costs for the board. In addition, the fire department was awarded a SAFER grant this year, which will in 21. They are currently in the process of adding 15 additional firefighters. This grant will cover 100% of their base salary and benefits for the next 3 years. And beginning in March 2024, the city will assume the full cost of those benefits and salaries. We also made every attempt to invest in our employees with this budget. The living wage will remain at $15 an hour. We are proposing that there would be a premium holiday, which would be an equivalent to 1 month's premium savings for every employee under the city's healthcare plan. We also will be, as part of the open enrollment process, we'll be deploying a new redesigned gym subsidy program. And then further under consideration, we're still doing some work with our consultants, but we're hoping to be able to provide dependent health care coverage, so i.e. anyone with family or children coverage with a monthly premium reduction. In addition, should revenues materialize or if additional CARES money materializes, Mr. Boyles has talked with you all and I think has made the statement that if we're able to find additional money, he would like for a COLA or some type of pay initiative to be for employees to be a priority, as there is currently nothing included in the budget yet. And with the compensation and with COVID, I did want to just take a minute and talk to you about a little anomaly that's displayed in the budget that is causing a little bit of confusion based on some comments and things that we've seen. So I wanted to just take a minute and talk about how this is showing up in the budget. So in 2021, if you'll recall, we presented to you a proposed budget pre-COVID on March 16th. That was actually the last day Ryan and I worked in the office. And when we presented that budget to you, every year as part of the budget, the COLA, whether or not to do a COLA, is a new add to the budget. So we always budget that as a lump sum, and it's shown under employee benefits. In the original proposed budget, there was a 2% COLA included in the budget, and there was a 4.1% COLA that had been approved in the prior year in FY20. So when you got that budget document, every department basically, and this is just a sample here, but the departments reflected the COLA that had been awarded the prior year, so in FY20. So in this perfect case scenario, this departmental budget, you'll see that from 20 to 21, their salaries increased by 4.3%. And at that time, we indicated with an explanation that the reason for that increase was the COLA that was awarded in FY20. So skip forward one slide. When we got to the real adopted budget, COVID hit, we had to go back, redo the budget. There was a decision made to level fund everything. And so we went back to the original 20 budget. So in doing so, what we did was, rather than for ease and transparency, because we said we were level funding, we did not go back and put in the merit increases from FY20 to the departmental budgets, but instead we left that level in the employee compensation. So in this case, again, another sample department, you'll see that the salaries did not change. This reflects no change in the salaries from 20 to 21. And there we described to you that there was no merit included here, and that it was the prior year had been budgeted in the employee compensation and benefits. And so if you look here on the right, you'll see that from 20 to 21, that lump sum merit, which again was the merit awarded in FY20, was left whole. And with the intent that this year, as attrition savings doesn't cover things, or as we click off more and more payrolls, then we'll actually be allocating that out to departments as we need that. And at the time, we felt that was the best presentation because the zero change indicated a level funded budget. So if we skip forward one more slide, we get to the proposed budget that you have before you. And so now we have to catch up. And basically what you see here, again, another sample department. This is a perfect case scenario. The only change in salaries from 21 to 22 is in this case 4.2, which basically represents the 4.17 that was awarded in FY20 and shown as a lump in FY21. So we're just catching up in terms of the presentation. So as you look through this budget and you look through these departmental budgets and salaries, the increase there is not truly a salary increase, but rather it's just a presentation catch up for the level funding budget that we presented to you last year. So I want to pause there and just see if anybody has any questions, if that's clear as mud, or if we can explain that any further.
This is where it was before to where it is now, being kind of dispersed out into the departments.
Correct.
Okay.
And you will see some departments where the percentage is a little bit different. And so if it's more than 4%, there could have been some pay adjustments. If it's less than 4%, there are some positions that we removed the funding for in FY22 to balance the budget. So you will see some variations there, but essentially there is no pay increase for FY22 included in the budget. And an increase in the salaries for departments does not mean that their budget increased.
Everyone, so with this proposed budget as it is right now, there's now 2 budget cycles where we haven't given staff any increases.
Correct. That is correct. Okay, seeing no more questions, we'll move on to the next slide. Again, this budget continues a commitment to funding for schools. At the school's request, the city's contribution to the school's operating budget is level funded at the same amount as last year at $58.7 million. The schools will be using one-time CARES funding to fund their operating budget that they'll be presenting to you after us. And again, these are some tables that we show you every year at the budget, during the budget process. The slide, the graph on the left, the line that is the red line is the projected increase in the school's budget. And the bars are basically the projected increase that we're projecting for the real estate increase. So here, this just confirms our continued commitment to schools, that even though we have the 40% formula, we have consistently funded over that 40%. And on the graph on the right, basically what we're showing is the request of the schools. And you'll see that from 22 to 23, 23 is the orange, that's kind of the projected. And again, this is what the schools will be presenting to you, is that we're level funding in 22, but with their projected increases on their budget, they are projecting an increased request from the city in 2023 of roughly $4.3 million. So next slide, please. We also have money in the CIP that is allocated towards the schools. $3.5 million is programmed for 22. That again is the $1.25 million that's unallocated for priority improvement initiatives. And we have over $2 million that's allocated for general capital improvement and HVAC replacements. And then again, the $200,000 for small cap. Also, as we've talked to you, we do still, the CIP maintains the $50 million in 2025 as a placeholder for the school reconfiguration project. Next slide. So the CIP remains at 27.9 million, is what is currently in the proposed budget. Affordable housing is funded at $6.5 million. That's the 925 to CAF, the 900 for the supplemental rental assistance, the 1.5 for CRHA, and 3.1 for Friendship Court redevelopment. Again, schools capital improvements is at 3.5 million. Again, at this point, there is no additional funding included in the CIP for the West Main Street project. The parking structure, that funding has been reallocated. The original proposed budget that we presented to you a couple weeks ago had the remaining the remaining $8 million in FY22. Having heard the discussions from the Planning Commission, also some questions that you all have raised, we reallocated that money, putting $1 million in 22 to give staff time to, and some funding available to give staff the opportunity to look at some of these other options. And we put the 7 million in 23. Again, that was left there to maintain the capacity and the placeholder for the project until further decisions can be made. Belmont Bridge is also, this would be the final funding piece for the Belmont Bridge at an additional $2.5 million. And then the General District Court drops in FY 2022 at 6.1 million. Next slide, please.
Chrissy, I note that that page adds up to about 19 million, not 27 million.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is just some highlights.
Okay, there's another $8 million being spent on other things that didn't make it on your slide.
Correct.
Okay.
And then I'm going to kick this back to Ryan and let him finish this out.
All right. Thanks, Chrissy. Another department, a new addition, service enhancement we wanted to bring up was for Charlottesville area transit. There's some additional staff for the next 2 years, for 22 and 23. These additions are being funded through the CARES funding that was specifically allocated by the federal government for transit agencies. So there was no impact to the general fund for FY 22. But in the future, should additional state or federal dollars not be available to make up some of the difference, these would be funded by local dollars. And this is all contingent upon further discussions with our regional transit partners, specifically Albemarle County. And I know there's been some discussions with UVA as well as we move forward. Next slide. So for our outside and non-profit agencies, this in relation to the outside agencies with this that the city funds, the Vibrant Community Fund is the ones in which are more human service related of the nonprofits. Again, for FY 22, we had adopted the 6 broad funding priorities, which you see here on this slide. 5 of those were similar to what we had done in our initial review back in FY 21. And the 6th one, which was equity, was specifically added by council as part of the larger discussions around the outside agencies in June and in March. So that was one that we added new for this year as we went into the initial review process, so that was already included in the reviews. Again, as there's always numerous shifts in both the number of agencies and the programs to be funded. But overall, wanted to point out that the pool of funds for FY 22 is level funded from what was allocated in FY 21, just under 2.26 million, excuse me. And so while some agencies may have received increased funding and some may have received decreased funding, that was based on where they scored on their applications and not necessarily because we allocated more or less funds to the pot. It's still a level funded pot for these agencies. We'll be having a specific work session on the outside agency allocations. Currently that's scheduled for March 11th. And we'll go into a lot more detail on these agencies. Next slide. And here are some of the more significant changes to the funding of the contractual agencies that are reviewed in the city in conjunction with the county as well with most of these agencies. But as you can see, there's been, just to point out a few of the bigger ones, a slight decrease to Jaunt of just under $30,000. The regional jail, we were seeing a decrease of almost $150,000. The city shares based upon a 5-year average population. And that percentage is decreasing over the percentages from 21. There's other elements that go into those changes, but that's, a big basis on why there's a decrease there. And then ECC, we're saying, that's the one where we're seeing the largest increase, and that's driven primarily by some software and some contract changes within their system. Next slide. What's not in the 2022 budget? As we had mentioned earlier, as part of the city's proposed FY 22 budget, we're not including any increases to any of our local tax rates. We're keeping them all the same. So there's same as our FY 21 rates. We discussed some of the things earlier that we're going to be looking at doing for our employees, but again, we're currently not proposing any compensation increases, i.e. COLA or merit increases. but that could be considered a priority should the budget conditions and the projections change. I believe that's what Mr. Boyles has spoken with council about that as well, about that particular item. Departmental new requests, again, approximately 4.9 million in new requests that came in. The CAT additions were actually new requests, so there's about $700,000 roughly that is being funded, but it's not being funded through the general fund as it was proposed, which is why we kind of left that in there. I know it's confusing, but since it's being funded from other areas, we want to show this was what the initial request of the general fund was. We'll be preparing a summary of the new request list and sending that out to council prior to our work session so that you guys will have that available to you to look at as well. The economic reserve funding in FY21, we were able to set aside roughly $6.7 million in a COVID reserve. And we accomplished that by removing the funding that had been designated for the cash CIP projects and holding that in a reserve for 1 year. Again, we've had to, as we've talked about at length at our monthly financial projections, we have do project that we're going to need to use that to be able to close that gap we've been talking about in FY21. But we did restore that cash funding to the CIP in FY22, so we didn't have a large additional source for this item. And we were conservative in our revenue projections for FY22, hoping to not need a large reserve like we had done in the past, but not so conservative that we were severely underestimating our revenues. We were trying to find that balance between being conservative to make sure we didn't put ourselves in poor financial conditions, but also not being over conservative and leaving needs unmet within our budget. And then the last two are CIP related. We've discussed the debt service and the CIP related concerns and constraints with you at length in some of our previous work sessions. But in the FY22 budget, we're not increasing our general fund contribution to the debt service. We may need to do so in future years as we look at that CIP, and that will be another consideration we have to look at. And also there was approximately $123 million in unfunded CIP requests that could not be added to the budget. And that's in addition to these larger, some of the larger projects that we've been talking about at length at some of these meetings. So there was a big list there as well. And here's just a listing of some of the upcoming budget work sessions. Our general revenue and expenses discussion will be this Thursday for the general fund. Outside agencies are going to be on the following Thursday, March 11th. First public hearing on both the tax rate and the budget is March 15th. Then we have our community forum. All these are going to be held on Zoom webinars, and you can find the instructions to join these meetings and register for these meetings online. And then the final set, we have our CIP work session scheduled for March 25th, the final public hearing and the first reading of our budget on April 5th. And then we always mark this last work session as tentative. And if necessary for any budget wrap up we have. And then the final one meeting would be April 13th, which is when we approve the final city budget for FY22. All the budget information can be found on the city's webpage at www.charlottesville.gov/budget, where there's copies in the city manager's office during business hours and when the libraries are open. And I admit I don't know exactly the hours that all the libraries are operating at right now, but they will have copies of our budget our proposed budget to be able to look at a printed copy at the libraries as well. So, and with that, we will turn it over to council for any discussion you may want to have.
Thank you. Councilors, questions, comments?
I suppose I have a number of questions and comments. I go through them. I can follow up with email as well. I imagine a lot of these may be more suited to answer at some of the upcoming work sessions. So totally understand if that's a more appropriate time to answer some of these. One is, as others raised during public comments, interested in, this year's increase in the police budget and what's driving that. I know the budget made some reference to, I think, camera expenditures that had been in the CIP moving into their operating budget. But I'm certainly curious to have more discussion around that. Likewise, in the cash funded area, the CIP, the 450,000 of cash that's going to, I believe, mobile data terminals for the police department. Quite frankly, it's not something I really know anything about, but I'm curious to learn more about that request, what need it's meeting, and putting that in the context of, obviously our difficult budget situation and what we're going to prioritize. Likewise, there's reference to two full-time positions with the police department that I guess had been vacant or unfilled, and that money is being shifted out of there. I'm curious if, both within public safety or other areas in the city, how many staff positions we have that are funded but have been vacant for a long enough period of time where it may make sense to reroute that money, at least for this budget cycle. In particularly with that in mind, I don't know if other counselors have agree or not. I haven't really brought it up, but I would be curious if there's some way, in a mix of whether it be full-time positions, some of those cash funded areas of the CIP, if we can find a way to fund a position that's recommended in the affordable housing strategy as one staff position that can provide right to counsel in eviction cases. At least in the housing strategy, it's one staff position. I've heard from members of the community that work at the Virginia Poverty Law Center and other groups have done that they're looking to see if they can put up pilot programs in localities with a staff position that can make that happen. I know we're in a tough environment for any new programs, but as one staff position, particularly as these eviction moratoriums phase out, I think it is potentially feasible and could have a major impact. So if there's just some way that we can look at some of those things and see, even if just for like a staff position like that, it may be feasible. Few other thoughts. The parking garage, I know that funding has been pushed off. An idea that's been brought forward that still, isn't, maybe ideal to me, but I know if we were going to move forward with building anything, the existing structures there would need to be knocked down no matter what. So perhaps if that moves forward, we just use where those buildings had been as a surface lot without building a new structure and have that meet the agreement, and that providing us time to evaluate what the actual parking needs are. So we're not spending that, $9 million on a structure in the interim. Delaying it seems to, maybe make that possible, but that may be one path forward there. And final three things is the parking enterprise fund in the budget as well. I know that's something that got discussed last budget cycle, but I know the balance in there is increased by over $1 million to 2.3. At least that's what in the budget document, that this budget cycle it's gone to $2.3 million in the parking enterprise fund. Just curious if my memory is correct, it sounded like the purpose of that fund was to build up money over time to support building an additional new parking structure beyond even this Market Street one. So again, as we just look at the emergency needs created by the pandemic, I wonder if that, the parking enterprise fund is perhaps an area where we'll be better served putting that into other more immediate needs. And I know we'll get into the vibrant community at that later work session, but one of the things that jumped out to me is the funding for FAR went down by, I think, over half. So I am curious what impact that would have on their operating budget and their ability to operate, given the decrease was, well over 100%. The final thing is, I think there's reference somewhere in the budget to General Assembly legislation that allows localities to implement a sales tax increase that solely goes to funding school infrastructure. The General Assembly has to approve localities to be in it, so we're not under it. There's no guarantee it could happen, but that did jump out as me as one area, especially as we're thinking about how school reconfiguration fits into that. If that's something that we really might want to advocate for and really get the community involved in advocating for that. Because if we were able to do that, that would really dramatically change our CIP picture, and I think would move us very far towards being able to figure out how we're going to fund the school reconfiguration. So I know that's a ton of things all at once, and I will follow up by email and don't expect an answer to all of them. But those were just the thoughts and comments I had going through this for the first time.
So there's a couple things we can pick off your list, maybe pretty quickly. First of all, starting with the parking fund, keep in mind that what you're seeing there in the budget document with the $2.3 million is actually the adopted budget for 21. So it does not reflect the actuals, which have not materialized at all with COVID. So that would not be the projected balance. And I'm glad you asked that question, because when you said that, it's a great point, and we do probably need to follow up with some narrative there just to indicate that, because we only show the actuals for the FY20. So that's number one. The police, in terms of the mobile data terminals, those are actually the computers that the officers take in the field with them. Those dollars were included in the 21 CIP to be funded at roughly $404,000 for 22, and I believe an additional 200 and some change in 23. I know through some work that the police department has done with IT, they were able to go and look at that, look at some other options, and we were actually able to cut that funding down to $450 that is now in the CIP. So we cut out almost $200,000 for those. And we'll get you some more information on that, but essentially the ones they have are old and outdated. They were having issues trying to be able to connect with Wi-Fi and to be able to do the reporting and things that they need in the field. So that's why we were moving forward with those. In terms of the increase for the cameras, when we first went with the body worn cameras, that was a project that again was funded out of the CIP. It was a fairly new technology. There was a large amount of money that was budgeted for those cameras. And once we were able to negotiate that contract, it came in at an amount that was substantially less than what was budgeted. And so what we did was we just continued to use those CIP dollars to pay for the annual maintenance and storage of those. That contract is now up and had to be renegotiated. So in the process of doing that, we just shifted that, because that's no longer really a capital project expense. We shifted that back to their operating budget, and that's why you see the increase. Although essentially it's not a new ad, it was just being paid from someplace else. And then the two positions, we'll talk about this a little bit more on Thursday, but through the budget, and I think we indicated in the expenditure changes, there were multiple positions that were unfunded for 22 to balance the budget. And the process that we used for that was to basically go through and look for positions that we knew had normal attrition, or were positions that we knew were not going to be filled right away. And so that was kind of part of the decision-making process. But again, we can talk about that some more. And I think that's all the ones I can check off pretty quickly for you. But the rest, if you could follow up with an email, we can address them on Thursday.
Thank you.
Chrissy, could I ask you a question also about the police budget? I'm wondering whether the difference between fiscal year 2021 budget for salaries and benefits and 2022 is that notion of bringing home the 4.17%. Is that the difference?
It is.
Okay, so it's not truly an increase in the police budget. It's just a change of where the number shows up.
The police, that's correct. The police budget is essentially a level funded budget. It's unfortunate because of the timing of events that it shows the increase, but every department shows the increase for that reason. And then with the camera moving from the CIP to the general fund, but there was a slight contract increase for those cameras, but otherwise the police department budget is essentially level funded.
So looking also at the other expenditures category on page J16, it shows a difference between 2021 and 2022 of $187,470. Is that the cameras?
It is. It is.
Okay. One, and I will make a general comment that is not really your issue, but it's you know, it's sort of more to the public about the folks who want to cut the police budget. I will say we got a little bit more information, a little bit more of a narrative this year than we did last year. There's almost 2 full pages. Last year was about 1 page, 1 page and a few lines, which is a little bit of a help. But when we start talking about trying to figure out where, you know, some people say cut the police budget, how are we going to do that? Because the budget is not given to us. I mean, the real part of the budget is just simply 2 lines: salaries and benefits, other expenditures. There is this other detail that is a little bit of a narrative. But when I talked to Chief Brackney, you know, her basic point is, you tell me what you don't want us to be doing, and I'll tell you how much money we can save. But that there has to be some policy decision, either by council or somebody else, to say, we want you to stop doing this kind of thing so that you can then save money and we can do something else with it. It's really hard for us to exercise that degree of oversight when we're only given a little bit of information. And when last year, when I asked for more information about what was in the budget, Chief Brackney responded to me, well, you tell me, you passed the budget. It's your problem, not mine. And so that sort of suggests that if we're going to ask more detailed questions, we need to ask those more detailed questions before the budget gets adopted, because Chief Brackney's response, once it's adopted, is going to be, I'm not telling you. And you should ask those questions first. So that's my comment that I would make to the other folks here, the council, and to the city manager is, I really think that the people in Charlottesville who want to talk seriously about the police budget need to have an opportunity to do that. And we need to have an opportunity to do that in the next month, not after the budget is passed. And whether that discussion starts on Thursday night or some other time, we can talk about later. But I really think that we need to budget our own time to talk about that police budget. That's all I have for tonight.
And just a quick question there. I sent a email to Brian a little bit ago to try to figure out because when Matthew Gillikin was talking, I know there was a FOIA at some point last year that I thought was more detailed, but I couldn't find it. So I asked for that. So that's one, whether that FOIA was more detailed than we're talking about. But what I think hopefully Lloyd is saying about the budget overall and not just the police budget is, we get this overview, but the departmental expenditures and what they look like throughout every department, we don't get that as a council. And that was a statement that I was making earlier, is that maybe something like that ends up on our website for every department so that we know. What I have heard Chief Brackney say is I'm not going to tell you. I think she feels like, based on what she has, that she has shared that information. And maybe that FOIA will help. And then maybe that is the starting point for the conversation of what level of detail we are asking for council to start seeing for the city budget overall. Because if we're talking about 18% or 17.5% of the budget remaining after salaries, Are we talking about even the salary positions, or are we talking about what the remaining 17% is going towards? And so I can't answer that. I feel like we have received the answer to that question about the police funding, but I would need to see that for you to know whether what I'm thinking is accurate there. So I just wanted to chime in there.
Well, in fact, Matthew Gillikin about 10 days ago asked, maybe it was a week ago, asked for copies of whatever it was that the police department submitted in support of its budget request. And the response was, that's a FOIA request and we'll go through the FOIA process. So at least I'm not aware of any response having been given in the last week to 10 days, but it also seems to me that at some point well, as you yourself know, Mayor Walker, if a counselor says, I'm filing a FOIA request, the answer from the city management has been, you've got to pay for it.
No, that's a new answer.
Well, that was the answer as of a couple of months ago, as I recall.
That was the new, but that hadn't been the case.
Okay.
So,
but the point is that during the budget season, it ought not to be a controversial thing to say, or an expensive thing, or something that members of the public ought to have to pay money to learn what the proposal is that we're trying to fund. And
I think that's what I'm hoping that our city manager has heard, the budget team is hearing, that the citizens are asking for more information and they want that information accessible in a way they don't have to pay for. We still have to have this discussion right now because we're going through budget season. And I don't think people should have to pay for, and I definitely shouldn't have to pay for FOIAs, but that's a whole nother discussion. But it's about how do we get this information to where it is in the format, because there is a website and the budget is online that we have now. But if we're asking for more information and at what level detail, that is a discussion that that we have to have. And Mr. Willer, do you know the FOIA request I'm talking about?
I do, and it's not the one I sent you an email for tonight. That's the confusion. Mr. Snook's referring to a more recent inquiry from Mr. Gillikin. But back in December, we did provide Mr. Gillikin, I want to say it was like, the chief referred to it in an email as 12 pages of spreadsheets, something along those lines. And that was a more detailed line item view of the police department's budget. And I think, every department has more detailed line item budgets because we submit them, in the same fashion to the budget department. So back in December, those were provided through a FOIA request to Mr. Gillikin. And what I gather he's asking for in this new request is a similar level of detail. But I will circulate back to council the previous response.
And I would just say I think this is all a good discussion and something that we should definitely talk about further, because when we talk about transparency in a budget, I think a couple things, from a staff perspective, as Brian just mentioned, like every department submits their budget in the same manner, and they're held to the same standards in terms of what they submit, the considerations that go through. The documentation that we're able to provide is very granular in terms of office supplies, travel, that kind of thing. But when we speak about transparency and how you're best spending the dollars, this may be where we can focus more on, the strategic planning process and focusing on where you want the dollar spent and how you want the dollar spent. Because, I'm not sure how transparent digging through, I think at last count for the upload, Ryan, weren't we at like 13,000 plus lines of detail?
Something along those lines, yes.
And so I'm not sure. I mean, sure, it's transparent, and you can see that, you know, we're gonna pay for a copier rental, and we're gonna buy paper, and we're gonna do training. But is that really the detail you're looking for, or is it more based on, you know, programmatic types of spending that we want to talk about, and to be more focused and more deliberate? And that is something that we should consider as we move forward in the future as well. But I guess, you know, from a staff perspective, we don't want to have three processes. So whatever we're going to do for one department, we would like to have a process that we do for every department, so that we're not singling out a single department and holding them to a different standard than we are another.
Well, and let me say, I've seen Matthew shared some of what he got with me, and I looked at it and said, okay, this is interesting from a trivia standpoint, but it doesn't tell me anything really about what decisions are being made in the police department. And so to look at a budget, I mean, it really needs to be a programmatic budget and not a line item budget, to say, you know, I don't really care who's buying, you know, who's renting a copier versus buying paper or whatever. What I care about in the police department, and what the people who are emailing us and appearing in these meetings to talk about care about, is things like, what is the police department, how much money is the police department spending on response to mental health crises?
Exactly.
And that's the kind of programmatic thing that we ought to be talking about. And then part of the frustration, I think, that Matthew feels, I've talked to him about a little bit, is that the only thing he can get, the only thing he can FOIA, the only documents he can receive are things that are sort of like a data dump. They hide the truth rather than reveal the truth. And I don't mean that in a venal sense, but simply you can't look at a 13,000 page or 13,000 line set of data and make any sense out of it, as you know, from the perspective that we're trying to make sense of it. So I'm not sure what the right answer is, but I'm at least part of the answer, it seems to me, has to be that somebody who is familiar with the programmatic budgeting in the police department should be able to answer some questions at a public meeting that get to explaining why they spend the money that they spend and why it's worth spending. I've said before, good policing doesn't cost less, it costs more. And I personally don't know of a lot of things out of the police budget that I would say I want to cut. Except as a general proposition, I know that a lot of folks want to cut the police budget, and it's about an $18 million black box. We don't know what's inside it, and without some programmatic budgeting discussion, we won't be able to. And the people will still be very upset with us if we can't give them any more detail. I say we, the city government writ large. And so we need to figure out a way to do that.
Well, and I would also say, like your example, just using your example, a lot of those costs are related to people. It's not, you know, right. Here's this line item, here's this line item. And so it is very hard to quantify those kind of things by just looking at numbers. But, you know, this is, again, where we've got a lot of systems in place that we had with the strategic plan and with ClearPoint, and we have ways to report this out on scorecards and lots of stuff that we can do that I do think would make things way more transparent. But again, as we talk about this, I'm not sure we get to that where we want to be by just looking at specific line item. I mean, we're happy to provide them. Well, I'm just not sure it answers any question.
Well, and I would just definitely agree from my perspective. It's much more useful to have some kind of information or presentation that, you know, as others said, is programmatic, is providing some kind of narrative about what the different functions of departments are, how they're operating, how their budgets have increased or decreased over time. I mean, I think it's good to have access to the line items, but I'm sure, like others, it's hard to really make anything of it, especially because we're talking about making programmatic changes to create, adjust, remove programs and functions, and the line items alone certainly aren't going to do that for us. So I would just echo, I think that's more useful. I don't think it's information that we should need to get from FOIA requests. And I think, as we've heard from the community, it's clear that there's a desire and a need to begin that conversation and see, the areas that we can, readjust investments towards, responses to call that are focused on mental health or social services over the traditional model, or to, find areas to adjust in community support. And, I would imagine, at least initially, some of those changes are going to be more modest. They're certainly going to be more modest than what some people in the community, have demanded. But we have to begin that process, and we haven't yet. And certainly, at a bare minimum, I think is getting a sense of what the budget is, and having it presented in a programmatic and narrative type way, and go from there. Because again, I think it's going to be something that is extremely complex, and will take time, but we have to begin that process.
And I would say, I don't think that they should have to be modest, because that's part of the discussion here, and trying to figure out what we're already spending money on versus if we're saying that we are shifting, what does that look like for how the budget shifts overall? And how do you know that especially items related to equity are centered in every decision that is made?
Well,
I think those type of changes are a little bit, are just not modest changes.
Well, I'm only talking specifically in the context of the police department. I mean, my only point, and perhaps others disagree, is, we've received requests like, immediately cut 60% of the police department's budget. I think that is not feasible, certainly in one budget cycle, and that it will just be very complex to dive in to figure out exactly what it looks like in the amounts. So that's my only point, and perhaps others disagree, but I just think it'll take it's very complex, will take time, and we've really got to figure out what it looks like, what it means, and what the impacts of changes are.
And I'll just add real quick, because we are almost midnight and the schools haven't presented yet. And so at least wanting them to do that, then I may have some follow-up comments. But I think that it would have been helpful for us to have like that 2-2-1 process that we've had in previous years to get to this part of the budget. And I think in terms of what has been at least circulating with council in emails is that there is interest in exploring what CHAP definitely this year could look like and what those numbers look like. And so I just want to state that, since it's not on the what's unfunded list, along with, there are 2 other things that I submitted, but that CHAP one has in emails with council, that council has at least expressed that they are interested in what those numbers look like. So that at some point we at least need to have the conversation about what Todd's plan is to merge the 2 and what that looks like. And I'm especially interested, as we talk about even what was in the city manager's overview, we clearly see this very growing economy still in the midst of COVID-19. I think it's important, even during this time, to maybe get a refresher on the assessment instead of doing that at a later date. And understanding that when we're talking about these larger issues, family here for all the other things that we talk about during the budget cycle, that there's just some things that we can't delay, that it has to be a part of, the consideration now. And also during the vibrant community discussions, I made a point earlier about even, is it best to keep doing it the way we're doing it, or even shift some of the money to get the measurements and solutions piece up and running, so we'll know whether we're doing that well. And so those are the conversations that I'll be bringing to, this discussion over this month. I, want more information about the departments. And I think that's another list that if we have coming, with the budget documents every year, of what those requests are, how things are moving along. Is there a better use of funds? I'm thinking back right now to a few months ago when I think there was money, $200,000 or so redirected that was left over from the tennis courts projects, and that was moved to the golf course. I think I was out for that meeting, but I had questions there. Was that the best use of that $200,000? Did it need to stay in P&R? And I think those type of conversations will help us just meet our goals a little bit better if we get some of those systems down packed. The CAT increase in staffing, and even the school system requests that we'll have to pick up at a later budget cycle. I do have some questions about what that means for other departments and their needs, too, along the way, and the SAFER grant and the fire department, numbers. And so I think there should be some kind of projections along that. It's not even if, because these things are happening, then what does that look like in terms of the needs that other departments are requesting and how they'll be weighed in? Because once you vote on these things, they are already moved in to an absolute category for the future budgets. I know I'm forgetting some because it's late, but that's, some of my thoughts.
And I'm just going to hold off for now until our next session on this at this point.
Okay. All right. Well, I know you all are probably not going anywhere, so we'll just have the schools present now, and if there are any wrap-up comments, and then of course we have a budget meeting later this week. So thank you all.
Are we ready? Good evening.
Yes, good.
Hello, everyone.
Almost morning.
I know. Yeah, how many minutes? 8 more minutes. All right. Thank you, Mayor Walker, City Councilors, City Manager Boyle. I want to thank you for the opportunity to join you tonight in this meeting to present our 2021-2022 school budget. Joining me tonight our superintendent, Dr. Atkins, Assistant Superintendent Kim Powell, and I believe Renee Hoover, Director of Finance, is still with us as well, and any other school board members who hung in there. Thank you for being here tonight. With this, we have a full presentation, so I am honored, and if we can get the presentation up, I believe. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. And the next slide. I look forward to sharing some of our school's accomplishments, our priorities. We do have several slides which will indicate and lay out our budget changes from fiscal year or for fiscal year 2022 from our fiscal year 2021, the revenue outlook, and our summary. So we can go to the next slide. First, I am honored to share some of our highlights, as I stated before. So the niche ratings for the state of Virginia, as you can see, Charlottesville City Schools were number 2 as far as our most diverse school districts out of 132 in the state in the state of Virginia. Number 5 as far as best places to teach in Virginia out of 132. Charlottesville City Schools ranked number 7 out of 131 as far as best school districts in Virginia. This as number 9 out of 132 as far as districts with best teachers in Virginia, but I would argue that I think we have the best. And then nationally, we ranked number 18 out of 11,822 as far as the most diverse school districts in America. When we're looking at Charlottesville City Schools graduation rates, we are very proud of every student and continue to be proud of our graduation rates. So here what you're looking at are the 2020 graduation rates, Charlottesville High School compared to the state of Virginia. And you can see that we topped the state's average overall in several categories, including Black students and students with disabilities. Charlottesville's Black students rate rose from their already high 2019 figure from 95.9 up to 96.7 for the 2020 school year. The school's already strong rate for students with disabilities increased from 95.3 to 95.6 for the 2020 school year, surpassing the school's overall rate by 1.1 percentage points and the state's peers rate by 5.2%. Also, the school's dropout rate stayed low at 2.6% compared to the state average of 5.1%. In highlighting Charlottesville City Schools SAT scores, what you're looking at here is the data from 2019, and you can see that Charlottesville High School students average rose to a score of 1156, which surpassed the state by 40 points and the nation by 105 points. In reading and writing, the Charlottesville High School average of 595 surpassed the state by 28 and the nation by 67. And in math, Charlottesville High School's average of 561 surpassed Virginia by 12 and the United States score by 38 points. During this last year, Charlottesville City Schools has continued to work hard to meet the essential needs of our students, our families, and our communities. And here you can see that over 231,786 meals have been served since last March using a combination of bus routes and fixed locations for an average of 6,439 per week. Very proud and excited to be part of 2 response to essential need events that we held at Charlottesville High School, which during these events we distributed over 7,000 hygiene products, 500 coats and hundreds of books, food bags, and resources to families. And a special thank you to the response to Essential Needs team and our partners. And you'll see their logos and some pictures there of the events. With this last year, we obviously made a shift to a virtual learning. Some of those changes to virtual learning, we're really excited to share that as part of that, we worked really hard to deploy over 4,000 Chromebooks to students. A special thank you to Mayor Walker for initiating a conversation with us and with local internet providers, and we were able to provide internet access to over 300 families for online learning. As of right now, we'll say that we have 99.9% of student families have internet access. And at this point, we're not aware of any family without internet access. Some of the new tools that we've been able to provide this year are listed here. We have a Remind app, which has delivered over 1 million messages to students and families, thousands of students using Zoom and Google Meet daily, IXL Math for Walker, Buford, and Algebra at Buford, and then Algebra 1 at Charlottesville High School. Newsella is a literacy tool that has been offered and is being used through grades 5 through 12, creative curriculum for the pre-K level, and Lexia for foundational literacy skills. The next slide, what we're looking at. And with this slide, what you're looking at is how the current fiscal year 2021 budget aligns with our Charlottesville City Schools strategic plan and equity goals. Our strategic plan has 3 focus areas: academic excellence, safe and supportive schools, and organizational supports. Goal 1, these focus areas align closely with our equity goals. The goal number 1 being supported and supportive staff. Goal number 2, diverse, inclusive, and rigorous learning experiences. Goal number 3, growing relationships and community. The strategic plan focus areas in these equity goals all support the Equity Foundation's goal to be systematic and proactive as we make positive change. The priorities for our fiscal year 2022 budget development are listed here. Recruiting and retaining highly qualified teachers and staff, maintaining the continuity of high quality instructional programs, and applying a lens of equity in all funding considerations to provide educational opportunities for all students. With part of this budget, the governor has recommended a 5% salary action for teachers throughout the state. The conference budget adopted the 5% increase. And so our budget reflects a salary action of a 5% increase also, and that is necessary to be eligible for any associated state funding, assuming again that everything is adopted and signed by the governor. That net increase or any net increase in state funding will be known when the final calc tool is released from the Virginia Department of Education Budget Office, and we anticipate that probably within the next week or 2. And then any additional state funding that we receive will reduce our dependency on CARES funding. At this point, I have a question for you all. We have several slides which go into more detail, which do reflect the changes in our budgets with the city manager's recommended budget to you all for city schools to be at level funding. We are more than happy to go into detail. These changes have been presented to the public on multiple times, and I think for the most part, everything is the same that we presented to you in our work session, or we can skip forward. So I don't know if you have a preference. Mayor Walker.
Maybe if you could just touch the highlights for people who may be listening, but maybe you don't have to cover every.
Okay. Well, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Atkins and Kim to present those highlights then.
Ms. Torres, thank you so much. City council persons, to our city manager and to our mayor. I'll just take these in bulk. Our salary actions, as Ms. Torres has indicated, a 5% salary increase for groups of our employees, our teachers, support staff, administrative staff. And then to adjust our nurse pay scale to align with the regional market and our head custodial pay scale. We are recommending to make a significant adjustment to that pay scale. Also in our non-discretionary contracts, those items would include our insurance and differences there in our general liability and our workers' compensation insurance. Contracts that have increased would be the pupil transportation and our maintenance contract. I will draw your attention to the maintenance contract increase, the $226,000, and much of that is attributed to mitigation dealing with COVID. Next page. And here you will see line items that reflect recommended increases in our expenditures. The first one, I will give a little detail on the internet access for students. We are recommending that we include from this point forward in our budget a line item that will allow all of our students and families to continue to have internet access just as they do currently. And we're very proud of that. Once our students return face-to-face in the fall of 2021, they will still need access to the internet to do homework, to do before school, and for communication with their teacher in the school. So we're pleased to put that in. We also included in this budget honorarium for substitute teachers and those of our teachers in the classroom or substitutes who are coming into our classrooms from outside of our school division. And you may recall in subsequent budgets, we've talked about many of the changes that have taken place at Walker Upper Elementary School in our fine arts program, in our instrumental program, our arts program. We have quite a bit more diversity in orchestra and in band at Walker. And with so many more students engaging in those activities, we've put a line item in our budget for maintenance of those instruments. Next slide. And I'm going to turn it over to Kim Powell now to summarize these areas.
Thank you, Dr. Atkins. Good evening, everyone. This last part of our changes document simply shows that we are setting aside $100,000 from our CARES funds to continue addressing the consumable supplies that are necessary operating under COVID conditions and any small equipment that we may need to replace, like temperature scanners and things like that. The next section shows the reductions that are included in this budget proposal. These reductions they represent the annual review that we do of all of our staffing based on enrollment. And if you have followed our process and looked at our earlier presentations, we did dip in enrollment this year, as most every other school division in the Commonwealth did. We dipped by about 258 students, which puts us back at where we were in enrollment at the end of the 2017-2018 school year. We're anticipating we're going to recover about 65% of that enrollment loss under more normal operating conditions in the coming year. But nonetheless, we felt it was prudent to adjust staffing based on where we believe our enrollment will be for the coming year. And so there's a savings there of $372,874. And then the last section shows our revenues. And as you can see, again, we're not at this, there's not a request for additional funding for the city, because at this time, this proposal is funded from a combination of CARES 1 and 2 carry forward funds, and then what we know about our state funding at this time. With the changes in Richmond, and especially the action around a wage increase for education K-12, we are expecting more money from the state than the $32,781 that came out with the governor's original proposed budget in December, but we can't know for certain the total net impact of what will come out of Richmond in that conference budget until we get that calc tool that Ms. Torres mentioned earlier. So this is just an overview of our expenditures based on this budget proposal. And I always say we're a people business, and so that's really reflected in this pie chart, with 78% of the funding, going towards salary and benefits. The rest of the breakdown you can see there. We're happy to answer questions. Contract services includes the city maintenance contract, city transportation contract. That's over right around 7 million of that. And then there's our contribution to small cap, which is city small cap CIP is $200,000.
The CSA Comprehensive Services Act is over 600,000. And then there are other things like WorkSource Enterprises for special needs students. That's 115,000. There's quite a few large contracts in there for required services such as transportation and maintenance of the facilities. We can move on to revenue. So this is just a note about where our funding comes from. It's the overview. Ultimately, the quality and the depth and breadth of programs in the city depends heavily on the city appropriation to the schools. It's 62% of our funding. This pie chart looks pretty different for next year because that federal part for our general operating budget is much more substantial slice of the pie than it normally is because of the CARES Act funding. And you can see that there. I will make a brief comment about our fund balance. GFOA recommends no less than 2 months of fund balance to cover operating expenses. And just so you know, the amount that's shown there at $720,000, that's far below the $12 million plus dollars that it would take for us to actually have the recommended reserve and fund balance. But we do like to show all of the revenues, possible revenue sources, and they are all reflected in this pie chart. So this is the breakdown of our CARES funding. So the total CARES funding that we are bringing to bear for FY22 is this $5.3 million figure. And of that total that's available, this proposal actually contemplates using 4.9 million of that total, which would leave $394,124 available to carry forward to fiscal year 2023 to bring to bear on that budget. Now, this can shift depending on what happens with our final state funding out of the General Assembly. We anticipate that will be helpful, but we can't say exactly to what extent yet. And of course, there is talk of additional CARES funding, but that's one of those things that we'll have to see it to know it. And at this time, we can't know for certain if there will be additional CARES funding.
Ms. Powell, during one of our last meetings, you said that these dollars can be spent all the way out until September of 2023. Is that correct?
That is correct. So it comes to bear in the first, whatever we're able to carry forward can come to bear on that first quarter of fiscal year 2023. And one thing that's really important about the CARES money that's featured in on this slide is it's really fairly unrestricted. And that's an unusual thing when you think about federal dollars in general. So that's something we have to keep a lookout for if there are any other funds awarded. Does that money come with restrictions? But these monies are just to support, they're pretty wide open as far as what they can support.
And I just had a quick question. I know until the governor signs off, you won't know how much that contribution would be, but has there been any discussion about how much of the 5% they're likely to cover?
So what I can share with you this evening is if we look at the template, the calc tool we did receive for the House budget, which did put forward that 5% increase for all the SOQ positions, that was around a $300,000 increase over that $32,000 that you saw earlier. So, but it's really a risky thing to say for sure that that's what our increase is going to be because there are so many different funding lines in a calc tool and the different parts. Some could be moving up while others move down, and we're really looking for that bottom line impact. But that's what we saw just looking at the House proposal.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out if it was closer to 1.9.
We wish. Unfortunately, our local composite index of ability to pay never helps us but so much because whatever action they take in Richmond, they expect the locality to fund over 60% of it, close to 65, I believe, right from the jump because of the LCI. So this is just a summary of the fact, it's just a statement really of the obvious. The city's experiencing revenue shortfalls and uncertainty. We were very keenly aware. This is a slide from very early in our budget process when we were talking with the school board back in January. We were keenly aware that any increase in property taxes are likely more than offset by losses in meals and lodging taxes. And all that was discussed during your earlier budget discussions. So the goal was to leverage our CARES funding to maintain our value programs, address the most pressing student needs while providing some runway for the city to recover and stabilize revenues, or some runway, some reprieve. And so that was the goal. And this summary just is a breakdown between our general operating fund, which that changes document really focuses on our general fund budget. We do have special revenue funds, which are funds that come to us that are grant monies that all have designated uses. So it's what we call money in, money out, but it's for designated purposes. But it all has to be reflected in our total adopted budget, which the total proposed budget is $94,250,328. And I believe, and I had this written down earlier, it's like a 5% increase. Hold on just a moment. Oh, sorry, I lost my place, but it's around a 5 to 6% increase on a percentage basis. And this is just another breakdown, sort of a changes document, if you will, by funding source with the city appropriation, again, noted as a zero change. Fund balance, we don't ever know how that's going to change until another fiscal year is closed out with the auditors, and then we know exactly what our fund balance position is. And then you can see everything else noted. Again, this does not yet reflect what we anticipate will be additional state funding. And at this point, I'm not sure if Dr. Atkins or Ms. Torres would like to wrap up.
We're gonna, Ms. Torres.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody. So we just want to say that we appreciate your continued strong support for the Charlottesville City Schools. And as stated here, and as everybody is aware, you know, that COVID-19 has had significant far-reaching impacts on the Charlottesville City School students emotionally, academically, and economically. Staff have been working harder than ever to address student needs in the midst of ever-changing challenges. And our staff currently are working really, really hard this week to get and transition and be prepared for return to some students for face-to-face next week. Again, just stating that our proposed budget leverages those one-time non-recurring care funds to address, again, the most pressing needs and allows time for the city revenues to recover. And then again, any additional appropriation from the city would, for fiscal year 2022, would start the process of reducing our dependency on one-time non-recurring funds. I also wanted to just take a moment, if I may, and before we take any further questions, to address the school's planned capital project, which would create a citywide early education center with expanded social services at the site of the Walker Upper Elementary School. It would also return fifth graders to their neighborhood elementary schools and transform Buford Middle School into a 21st century facility serving our 6th through 8th graders. These plans follow recommendations generated during a 2-year period of research and community input dating back to 2008 through 2010. We wanted to express our appreciation for the city's appropriation of the $3 million for the planning. We are pleased to say that surveying and research are underway. We recognize that the city has limited resources for capital projects, and we would join the city in support of becoming a qualified locality to issue a special sales and use tax in support of this school capital project. We look forward to ongoing discussions and meetings with council and the city manager about moving forward with this reconfiguration plan, with the understanding that funding strategies are important. And we are grateful to know and work with you in prioritizing this investment in Charlottesville students and our city. So thank you very much. And if there are any other questions, we are happy to take those at this point.
Thank you. Counselors, are there any questions, comments?
I'm just curious, I'll go back to the operational budget for now. Was there a thought given to stretching those CARES dollars more and not increasing so much this year? I'm just curious, like when you talk about the changes, how many staff does that, like, what are the new personnel that are going to be coming on for the next, for this next fiscal year planned in this budget?
Michelle, I can give you, Ms. Powell, if you would count those staff members, the new staff members for me, please, that would be helpful. Here we put our energy and our focus on being prepared to respond to the social emotional needs of our students and our staff when they return. The line item list of changes that we put in the budget reflects an addition of 6 social workers, behavior specialists that will be in our buildings to provide support for our students. We also put emphasis on returning our instructional assistants to the second grade classrooms to provide support for our teachers. Also in the budget, there were some fine arts programming changes that needed to be made that also reflected support for our students. So all in all, we have approximately
It's a 14, so there were 19.5 added and 5 reduced. So that's a 14.5 net additional positions.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. And Ms. Hill, originally we really did want to focus on trying to reserve as much of those CARES dollars as we could, and to be as conservative as we could. But as we realized that our student needs were going to be significant coming back in, it caused us to actually program more of those CARES dollars than we would have liked.
Do you think that all of those positions, specifically in the case of those first 6 social workers, are ones that you feel that you'll have to sustain, like in perpetuity?
Well, we do know that our students have significant need, and we want to be prepared to respond to those needs when our students come back in, and then monitor that as we go forward to determine at what point do we need to scale back or even increase our support for our students and staff.
So what I'm just getting at is just trying to understand, are there any of these dollars possible that they might reduce in the future? Because this is a pretty big gap that we're going to have to fill in the following fiscal year. Obviously, we've talked about it on the city side in terms of just programs that are right now being funded out from other sources and then are going to ultimately be up to the locality. And I do have great anxiety about putting this in front of a future council to have to bridge this kind of a gap when the CARES funding is completely depleted. So that's why my questions are coming from.
I do understand that, and I know there are difficult decisions that have to be made. There are quite a number of needs throughout our city, and I don't envy the decisions that you have to make. They're very difficult decisions. Our job is to present to council, to our school board, and to council what our needs are. And when we think about what our students have endured and what our staff have endured during COVID, there's significant needs that we're presenting to you.
I don't have any questions. I know it's late, too late, but just want to thank you. I really can't imagine how difficult adjusting, the school system to the pandemic world and the mental health and new educational needs it's created. I would just say I definitely want to be, I hope council can be more proactive over the coming months and working collaboratively with the school board to figure out sustainable long-term funding, both for, the one-time CARES Act funding, as well as the capital projects. And likewise, I'm very interested in exploring the possibilities of that legislation related to the sales tax and how that could really support, sustainable funding long-term. But that's it, and don't have any questions at this time.
I do agree. I think that legislation could really be a game changer for just the scope of what we would be able to take on with some of these future capital improvements related to the reconfiguration. So wholeheartedly support, partnering, and appreciate the offer to partner, because I think it's going to take a team effort to get the support needed for that over the finish line. But I think it would be a really great opportunity. And as a parent of kids in the school system, I really can't say enough about how much the teachers, just the resilience of the teachers and the stamina and the administrators through this whole process. And it's just remarkable. But I'll tell you right now, I've been counting down the hours until I get to send my kids off on Monday morning next week.
Well, we've been counting down the hours until they come back into the building. We're looking forward to it.
All right. Any other comments, questions?
Mayor Walker, I would love to reach out to you soon and hopefully be able to schedule a meeting with you and potentially another council member and Mr. Bryant and Dr. Atkins and Mr. Boyles, and maybe we can start some conversations about this and schedule some more consistent or regular meetings to discuss things with the school about the schools in the city.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. I know the big question is the reconfiguration part, which until we have that data back from the firm, we won't really be able to answer a lot of those questions. And I know especially with the new counselors who haven't been here, since none of us, I guess, have been here since the beginning of the conversation, since it was over a decade ago, but, the more recent conversations. So hopefully once we get that information, we can figure out a better moving forward plan for that part. And then of course the operations piece now, trying to figure that all out and everything else you all heard earlier tonight. So yeah, we have a very busy month.
Yes, you do. And thank you for your time tonight.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Have a nice, happy Tuesday. All right. Are there, counselors, any other comments or questions around the, either budget, or are we gonna move to Thursday for further discussion?
Thursday.
All right. Any other business? No? Okay.
We're going to have to at some point figure out, just respond to just the Human Rights Commission's concerns that have come up, but I don't think we're in a position to discuss that right now.
Okay. All right. Noted. And I have that on my list from earlier, and I made some comments too, so understand that. All right. Well, no other business. We'll move to the matters by the public, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Willis.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. We have 18 survivors in the audience. And if you would like to raise your hand to speak to council, please click that icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. First up is Brad Slocum. Brad, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Y'all hear me all right?
We can.
All right. This is Brad Slocum. I'm a city resident. I will keep it pretty brief, acknowledging the late hour, but thanks for the chance to speak. I was going to go to bed myself a while ago until I heard the budget conversation turn to the police department. And the sense I got was that you have a department that literally cannot be accounted for. They're unaccountable. You have a department that is heavily militarized. They have special legal privileges, but they can't describe their accounting beyond salaries and benefits and other. And the fact that you have to depend on FOIA requests to your own department to get more transparency on those accounting numbers is frankly insane. And so if the response from the police chief is tell us what you don't want us to do and we'll stop doing it and you can cut the funding accordingly, I think a lot of the answers for that is stop arresting Black and brown people at proportionate rates. Don't let state police use public work vehicles and airplanes to surveil your populace. Don't deploy secret cameras unannounced around the town. Stop using excessive force against unhoused or otherwise disadvantaged people, and don't harm or kill people who need mental health assistance. I think that's a pretty concise list of what a lot of the requests to reduce the funding is for. But if the police can't demonstrate where the dollars are going, then cut them off. Otherwise, you're being extorted. You're being extorted by an armed group, and you can't hold them accountable in the most literal sense. And as representatives of the people of the city, without holding the police department accountable in the most elementary sense of the word, you're allowing us to be extorted. So I'm going to leave it there, but just quite an amazing conversation to hear earlier. Thank you.
And just real quick, I just want to clear up one point. There was a lot there, but the FOIA request wasn't submitted by council to the police department. That discussion around a FOIA request submitted. It was submitted by me to the city manager office. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear from earlier. But I think there was agreement that citizens shouldn't have to pay, especially during budget season, for numbers from any from the city at all. So I think that's what we said surrounding that.
Next up is Chris Shopper. Chris, you're on the city council. You've got 3 minutes. And you will have to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I wanted to circle back on some of the conversations that came up during the affordable housing plan, notably the upzoning portion of the conversation. So during that conversation, it was discussed that there should be potential exclusions for certain communities or certain areas of the city. And I would ask councilors to consider any sort of adverse impact that might result from thinking of things in that way and continuing to have that R1 zoning there. Knowing the location of these neighborhoods and their proximity to downtown, I think there could be a potential adverse impact with people seeking to move there, knowing that they are zoned differently. So we'd want to make sure that we are looking at any sort of changes holistically across the city and not leading to any sort of adverse impacts by creating these other neighborhoods that are zoned differently and zoned more exclusively unintentionally. Second thing I wanted to talk about is particular to the downtown area. I think there's been a huge focus on commercial development, largely office space over the past several years, but housing has really lagged behind there. And I would definitely like to see housing prioritized there, especially over parking. It was nice to see that the capital improvement plan took out the money for parking for the courts. And I think if possible, we should look to use the Market Street garage to meet that demand. Frankly, if the decision is between a surface lot or any sort of housing by High Street and Market, I think the decision should be for housing as opposed to parking. And then lastly, I think something I've seen a lot happen is with the SUP process, the costs on the developers and the costs on the people bringing projects to the table tend to increase, as well as the time of completion, all of which adds a bit to the final price tag. So as we're thinking about how we can be adjusting zoning moving forward, want to make sure that we're looking at what sort of things can make the process easier. Because right now, I think what we're unintentionally doing is pushing development towards larger and wealthier developers, and a lot of the smaller projects are just not happening, which has been leading to a lot of this missing middle housing. So that is all I've got, and thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Next up is Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
So while we're in this budget conversation, I think that the city should really I don't normally agree with anybody down there, but I agree that it's absolutely unfair for one department to be showing what they spend, and every department in the city is not showing the same thing. First and foremost, I know a little bit of inside information just from FOIA requests. There's a lot of unnecessary spending going on. Let's get back to this latest scandal that you Democrats tried to pull on the mayor with the credit cards. She is not and was not the only one spending credit cards. The article was written by Nolan back in 2018 when Wes, Nakaya, and Mike Signer were all, Heather, Kathy, and everybody else, information was put out there too. It wasn't made a big deal then, but it was this time. Let's talk about the spending that happens in other departments. Let's talk about how cameras are ordered and those camera orders are thrown in different departments. Let's talk about the credit cards who are assigned to certain departments. You don't even have an individual responsible for these credit cards. You don't know who's spending what, who's signing off on what, but y'all knew Nakaya was giving $25 gift cards to people for their time. I'm gonna say it one more time because I can't stress this enough. It is absolutely petty what you white folks try to do to Black people around here. She's not the first. She's not gonna be the last. Dr. Richardson won't the first. He not gonna be the last. Al Thomas won't the first. He not gonna be the last. And Maurice Jones wasn't the first, and he won't be the last. Every Black person in a position of power anywhere in this city has went through the same thing. It's ridiculous. It's pitiful. So while we're on a budget conversation and you're talking about someone showing what they spend, the city needs to show what the entire city spend, because it's obvious how you all fell out when the numbers started coming up under the leadership of Richardson, that there's something going on with this money in this city. It's a lot going on. It's a lot. So if you're going to put the police department on blast, I want neighborhood development services on blast. I want Parks and Rec put on blast. I want every department put on blast to show what they're spending, why they're spending it. It is only fair. You pulling up credit cards and what people spend. I mean, it's just pitiful. It's pitiful. Y'all pick and choose. And I cannot stress that enough. It's definitely the picking and choosing for me. And until y'all get rid of that and get rid of this spiteful activity that you all are doing to just individuals because you don't like them. Because see, this boils down to whether y'all like somebody or not, or whether they stroking your ego or not, if you're going to let them slide by with doing stuff. Get over it and do the work of the city for the people. You represent people, not yourselves.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised.
Okay. Thank you all. Have a good night. Meeting adjourned.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.